Good morning, everybody. Happy election day, midterm. Caesar smoking cigarettes in the shower. What's up? Junk Savvy, good morning. Grant, my man. Good to see you. Good to see you, Grant. Sabrina, dropping that news. Lobo to welfare. What's up, guys? I see my man Ace Lee, Ron D out there. Great to see you. Great to see you, Mr. Burry. Mr. Burry, thinking it's going to be a spicy day? Well, we're going to get spicy. We're going to have the earnings tonight, Mr. Burry, too. 5 p.m. Our time. So we'll have that right here. Looking forward to that. Should be... They picked a nice calm day to do the earnings. That's what I like. Just a random Tuesday in November. Also, Disney's earnings. Futures up a little bit. I'm expecting some sideways trading today. I don't... maybe we get an inclination that something is going one way or another and we see some money. Not yet, Aisley. Not yet. I'm going to, though. It's cool because the place I go is actually in walking distance. But I got Nikki home. I'm kind of playing half homeschool teacher today, so I got a fake mustache I throw on when I got to run downstairs and make sure he's working. But yes, I will get out and make my voice heard, and I recommend all of you guys do the same if you have the opportunity. If you're in a place that's got an election today, hey, you can't complain about it if you don't voice your opinion. Mr. Santa, what's up, Santa? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Yeah, probably after the 10 to 20% drop, Grant, would be the good time. Wow. I plan on writing them in. Caesar. That's always an option. If your guy isn't on the ballot, you could always write him in. One time we had a mayoral election here, Caesar, where a karate chimpanzee took second place. Charlie the Chimp was his name. I'm not bullshitting you either. That's a true story. I knew that. I was doing it just to be inconvenient, Lobo. It's like that Mitch Hedberg joke about fishing, where you just make them late for something. So that's what it was. Low-key, my man. What's up, Low-key? GTA, congrats on the CEI gains, GTA. Very happy for you, my brother. Can we see Activision go to the moon? They had good earnings yesterday. Supposed to get word from the European Union today on the possible approval of the Microsoft buyout. But yet my calls aren't going burr. So we'll see how that pans out. What else? Smile Direct Club. Smile Direct Club shot up on its earnings initially, ran up to 80 cents, and then dropped, now down 3% in the and then GTA. Well done, GTA. Well done. Funware, after that massive run up yesterday, that's another one down 11, almost 11.5% in the pre-market at 166. Trump saying yesterday that he will have a big announcement, one of the biggest ever, huge announcement coming next is it next Tuesday? Next Tuesday, I think it is. So the 15th, November 15th, all things look like he's going to throw his hat in the ring and, I don't know, set us up for Armageddon. Who knows? But we'll see. It's, I was hyped like when Evander Holyfield fought Tyson the second time after Tyson bit his ear off. I was hyped. I'm not hyped for a rematch of Biden-Trump. I gotta say. But nonetheless, here we are. So how's everybody feeling going into today? I thought it would be a little bit more tension, but it seemed, even the media so far this morning, it hasn't been a lot of doom and gloom. I thought there was going to be a lot more. And trust me, the day is early. The day is definitely early. And on Thursday, guys, inflation data on Thursday, that'll be a market mover as well. So. Yep. Yep. It's like something that it's like something you would expect to, it's a Saturday, you're going to see grandma in the nursing home, and you stumble in, and maybe a couple orderlies were over here doing something else, and two old guys got in a scuffle. Yeah, like Hogan versus Macho Man in WC. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Hey, it's all love. I got nothing but love for senior citizens. I think that they have a great place in society. I don't think it's running society. That's all. Arctic Fox Alaska. What's up, Arctic Fox? Wow, Caesar, there's a guy down there that has eaten an entire rotisserie chicken for 40 straight days. Well, now see that's a hot button issue because when we have chicken winning eating contests up here, in Buffalo, Caesar, it's always highly debated. Did he finish it? Like, what's your idea of an entire rotisserie chicken? I mean, there better just be a few bones left. Yep. Yep, Randy. I don't even know if those flying elbows or leg drops. It's pretty amazing, Ron, to look back at that too, at what a cultural phenomenon Hulk Hogan was. And his finishing move was literally the most generic finishing move ever. Like that leg drop. Come on. No joke, GTA. No joke. I mean, can't we do better? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Nothing personal against Trump or Biden. There's a lot of you guys that are with us right now that I would feel would be more qualified, honestly. That's all. I mean, let's get the best in there. All right, we got 20 minutes before the casino opens. I know Enzo's liking that Nvidia today. And he called this yesterday to 148 or 149, possibly 150. It is at 148 right now. Been climbing all pre-market up 3.5%. And is that a... That seems to be across the board on semiconductors. Micron Technology MU is up 1.5%. NXPI, that's NXP Semiconductors, that's up 0.75%. Broadcom's up 1%. Qualcomm's up 1.5%. Intel's up almost 1.5%. Taiwan Semi up 3%. AMD up 2.25%. And Texas Instruments up 1.25%. Yeah, I think that's big news. Oil slips as investors weigh China's renewed commitment to the strict anti COVID policies against a global market backdrop of depleted inventories. OPEC plus cuts could counter. Got to get those Saudis involved, right? Oh, yeah. No doubt about it, Lobo. No doubt about it. That's all. That's all I want in there. I want someone that's going to be honest with us. And, when we're in over our head on stuff, I want the president to say, listen, we messed up. Okay? We didn't know what we were doing, and we screwed it up, and now we're going to fix it. That's all. A little bit of honesty. we're all human. I don't think we expect godlike features from our leaders. We just expect honesty, truth. You know what I mean? Not a whole lot to ask for when you really look at it, and we've really sold ourselves short, in my opinion. When you got game show hosts against, or you got talk show hosts against stroke victims, for crying out loud, come on. Like, that's the best we have? Putting your life savings in Foxconn? Well, they're having trouble getting employees now. From what I'm seeing, there was a little bit of hostility that they were showing on CNBC this morning, uh, with some protesters getting roughed up, things like that. No, the funny thing, Caesar, is they're not worried, but all they were all talking so much smack when the Tua stuff happened about, playing it safe and blah 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 blah. So now the Dolphins fans are really giving it to the Bills fans up here about how they think Josh needs to sit out the season and this and that. So it's kind of a fun argument going on. British EV startup Arrival SA says it does not currently have cash on hand to fund operations for next year, and there are material uncertainties about the company being a growing concern. So you think that that's a greater EV market concern? It could be, Junk Savvy, or it could be an indicator that we're going to see separation from companies like Tesla, from even the not so much EV companies, but for General Motors, ones that have a foothold in the, just bigger companies that have that cash. So it could mean bad news for companies like Mullen and Centro, things like that. Or it could just mean bad news across the board, including Tesla, including, everything. I think that could go one of two ways. Crypto for us all. What's up, brother? That's right. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Oh, let's see. Skywater Technology. Oh yeah, that's booming in the up 8.5%. Had a good day yesterday too. Arctic 2.25% gains yesterday. SKYT, and now up another 8.5%. Earnings per share, 13-cent loss, beat a quarter loss estimate. Sales of 52.3 million, beat the 51.28 estimate. Oh, and almost almost 50, a 49.32% increase over sales at 35.02 million the same period last year. So pretty good sales growth there. And a nice low float on that, under 10 million, Arctic, so you can we might see some movement there. Are we supposed to have a moment of silence for those people? Junk Savvy, I don't know how that works. I honestly didn't know that the Rothschilds ever died. So this is a first for me. I thought their vampiric-like ways kept them alive for eons. U.S. quietly asked banks to keep some ties with Russia, even as Congress balks Treasury State, J.P. Morgan City to bank some Russian firms. It's funny too because they're land based in the banks, and I mean there has been some reports that was actually on Five Things to Know this morning, that the U.S. has been actively engaged in. I don't know if we'd go as far as to say peace talks, but I have seen rumbles of that, and I just hope that it's not a setup. And I'll tell you why. I hope that they don't start promoting. They don't start in the next 2 months promoting, saying like that we're promoting peace, and then maybe if there is a move, and there's Republicans in the House and the Senate, and something escalates, kind of making them look like the warmongers. When we all know both parties love war just as much. They can't get enough of it. All right, 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Hey, I'm just trying to honor them the right way. If they are allegedly vampiric, then I'm not familiar with those rituals, Lobo. All right, DWAC, after that massive run up yesterday, down almost 9% here in the pre market after running up 66% yesterday, 26.59 on DWAC. And actually, probably more pre-market volume today than yesterday. So we'll see where this goes. NCMI, they had their earnings yesterday. That's National Cinemedia, and that is the company AMC owns 6 million shares in that they got for free. So that's up at 44.12 cents. And then we had the AMC news this morning. Let me see what HYMC is down just slightly, 72.7 cents in the pre-market. But yeah, we had the AMC news with AMC partnering with Zoom. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. And did they release any numbers? I know they said... did they give a number of locations as it was? Up to 17 major U.S. markets sometime in 2023. Upon launch, Zoom Rooms at AMC users will be able to easily book online, and in so doing can select their preferred theaters and meeting time. They will receive a 3-hour block of time to virtually host their event across multiple markets at the selected theaters. AMC and Zoom will provide the necessary equipment for a fully functional Zoom Room experience in the comfort of multiple movie theaters in multiple cities simultaneously. Typical auditorium sizes are expected to range between 75 and 150 seats. Additional services, including food and beverage offerings, possible movie viewings, and concierge-style personalized handling of meeting needs, will also be available at an added cost. Okay, now you're talking. Another thing that I don't think is... I don't think it's overnight going to send AMC to the moon just traditionally, but I think that's a big step. I think that's what we've been asking for, right? We wanted to see maybe not a repurpose of these theaters, but we wanted to see an expansion in the uses of them. We always talked about sporting events, things like that, and I never thought that was a great idea. I never thought my idea to go sit in a theater, not where I'd want to watch a football game or something. Just my take on it. Something like this, though, with as many big companies as there are out there, and I did this for years. I ran a catering company, so I know kind of that end of it. A lot of out of town conferences, things like that. Could be something strong. Could be something strong. Could be a bust. It has, it's like anything else. It has to be rolled out right. Exactly, Grant. See, that's why I love you, brother. You got your head on right. It's yeah, most of them would be daytime, some of that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, just think of this. Think of if you're if you're trying to really sell people on your product or your service or whatever it is, showing it to them, showing your presentation on a beautiful IMAX, a beautiful IMAX screen or something like that. Hey, I like it. I like it. again, I think I'm so jaded, Grant, that I don't like to get too carried away with these ideas because until I can go to my local grocery store and grab me a bag of AMC popcorn, I don't know if it's gonna, I'm hopeful, but I'm not just gonna blindly say, yeah, this is great. They got a deal in place. It's gonna. AMC at 540 right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on that all day. Even with good news, we know what to expect from AMC earnings. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think this is the one of the bigger meaningful pivots. Yeah, 5 states today for Mary Jane legalization. Might spill to the psychedelics as well. I agree. Do we have anything on the ballot as far as that goes, Junk Savvy, that you know of? Uh, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry. Ah, who the more did? Who the midday? Who the middag? Birdie. I think I got that. Well, and especially an upgrade like that, Grant, it doesn't. It's not like they're going to have to make any kind of major investment. If they're teaming with Zoom, Zoom will handle all the technical end. Um, they may have to up their game a little bit as far as like the catering end of it, things like that. But I think I think it could lead to a lot of different, potentially a lot of different endeavors. Because if they get a higher scale food service going, in certain AMC's, then you can do something where you do like a dinner and a movie type thing. You know what I mean? Where you take all the seats out of one theater and put little cozy two people things with a little, you know what I mean, and do some higher end dining, things like that. There's always going to be a market for that stuff. They just got to think outside the box, especially with there being less and less big movies out there. You really think about it. How many theaters do they actually need open at any given time? 4 or 5, as far as how many good movies are out there. Oh, Callie's got sports betting on the. Okay, so that may explain some of the potential movement with DraftKings yesterday. And they're up again today, up about 1.5% in the pre-market. 11.97 on DKNG. Grumpy, what's going on with DNUT? Down 3.5% in the pre-market, 14.01. Still a great price. You want to talk about just about a recession-proof stock, except for this giant drop back in October, and I think that was August. They've been pretty solid. And if you look at that daily chart, Grumpy, if you're out there on DNUT, there is a giant Nessie forming there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Metamaterials, after their run last week, coming back down, dropped almost 10% yesterday. Another 2.75% today. Now at 142. KPRX up over 10% in the pre-market at 694. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Enzo. Was that the expensive piece? How you liking that Nvidia? You better take something off the top on them just in case. Nvidia is still moving to the upside, up at 148.15 now, 3.5% gains. Oh, okay, Sabrina. Yeah, we had that same thing here. We had that same thing here, where they legalized it, and that was like a year and a half ago, and we still don't really have dispensaries and stuff in place. I mean, you can get it, but I mean, you can get it legally, but we just still dragging their feet, still trying to figure out the tax situation. ICCM. Ice Cure Medical. What's going on here? Up 35% after Ice Cure's ProSense achieves significant milestone in medical coverage of breast cancer procedures. Let's see. Okay, so this is a payment assignment. As far as coverage, the payment assignment for the procedure will go into effect on January 1st of next year, opening the potential for facilities to be paid on a case-by-case basis for these procedures, subject to the company's receipt of FDA marketing authorization of ProSense for breast cancer. So that's a money thing. Doesn't mean that it's not big news, but it's not like an FDA approval or something like that. IMH. Impact Mortgage. I don't know if I would be wanting to invest in anything with the name mortgage attached to it right now. So I'm going to go ahead and skip that one. HIMS, HIMS, up 26% in the pre-market. Oh, B of A upgraded HIMS to a buy. Raised the price target to 850. Interesting. And it looks like they also had good earnings. Let's see. Earnings per share, 9-cent loss, beat by 1 cent. What was revenue? Oh, revenue rose 95% to 144.8 million. Raised the full year guidance to range of 519 to 522 million. There's that bell, guys. I'm sorry, I was having too much fun talking about HIMS. Be sure to keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay. Market opening pretty green with the Dow up 0.38%, the S&P up 0.3%, the NASDAQ up 0.42%. Oh man, nobody even reminded me. Nobody even reminded me. We've been here without no music this whole time. No wonder why we didn't get this party started. Nvidia right where it was opening, 148.06. Google up 0.5%. Tesla falling further. Tesla down 2.5%. 191.86 on Tesla. So breaking new 52-week lows here on Tesla. Just hit 191.46, a new 52-week low. What else we got? Amazon down 0.75%. Let's see if them semis, all those semiconductors holding, so that's good. Micron up almost 2%, NXPI 2.5%, Broadcom 1%, blah blah blah. Semiconductors all doing good. Didn't Lobo didn't Chong go to jail for for having like an online headshot before. Caesar C thinking Mullen will end up 10% up today. Okay, Caesar. Just a hunch. Mullen right now down 1% at 26.11 cents. APE up a little bit, 0.75%, 152. AMC down 0.5%. And man, the market's open green and then dropped like it was hot. S&P flirting right around even now. NASDAQ up 0.1%. Yeah, that was kind of crap. Wasn't there like a little bit of backstory to crypto where maybe his son was involved or something with him, and I think maybe he took the whole rap or something. I might have that confused with a different story, but I thought there was something in there where like he basically took the rap on everything so his kid didn't get in trouble. I thought that was him. It may have been a different case though. Yeah, how could you not? I mean, and you look at how far we've come, Lobo. He was jailed for it. Now, there's countless celebrities that got their own. Now Mike Tyson has his own strain of weed. So, at least we've evolved. I would say we've evolved a little bit, which is good. GameStop down just about 0.5%, 25.60 on GameStop. Hoo-hoo! My Activision calls up $2. Activision up 1% after those good earnings, 71.82, and hopefully expect an announcement out of the EU today on approving that Microsoft Activision purchase. Several other countries have already approved it after Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was the first, and then there was like 5 or 6 other countries that already approved it. And I think the US and the EU are one of the last 2. Nice, Arctic Fox. 29% gains, hell yeah. What the hell is Carnival? GTA Carnival Cruise? Like CCL? Did it hit that low? Yeah, $6.11. If that's what you're talking about, that's craziness. Up almost at $9 now. I think Arctic Fox played that on the way back up too, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, $6.11 it hit right after the earnings. They're doing all right. They still got a $10 billion market cap. But, boy, have they fell. Boy, have they fell. But they're not the only one. You know, it's a pretty common thing. DWAC down at 25.19. 14% losses. A lot of volume on DWAC. 2.5 million trades already. Okay, Sabrina, now in its 14th year, the November 11th online shopping extravaganza, known as Double 11 or Singles Day, we renamed it, it's Nikki's birthday, has always been regarded as a showcase of Chinese consumers' buying power. This year's event will undoubtedly be overshadowed by a number of macro challenges as organizers try to post more growth. They can always just lie. Can I throw the SPY chart on? Yeah, I'll throw it on because nobody's probably looking at AMC today. So I'll throw SPY up there. I'll show you the technical. Here's the SPY. Here's the bed down here. And the SPY is going to shit it all the way down to there. How you like those technicals, pal? Getting that CEI dip. Did somebody win last night in that Powerball? I forgot all about it, to be honest with you. What's that CEI dipping to? So CEI down just about 5%. Under that 14.5 cent mark, 14.38. How's Big Energy doing? Last Kazi, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. And Big Oil taking a little hit. Hess Corp down over 1%. Phillips 66 down 0.2%. Valero Energy down 0.82%. MPC Marathon Petroleum down 0.5%. Devon Energy down 1.25%. Occidental down just about 0.75%. Conoco Phillips down 1%. Chevron down slightly, and Exxon down 0.5%. Caesar, where did you get your information from? Where did you get the, they didn't have the results on the Powerball last night? Technical difficulties? Did they have to count Powerballs in the middle of the night? What happened? What's the difficulties here? And Caesar, where are you getting your information? 13% gains now on Mullen. I would love to know, because you called it out when it was down 1.5% and said, I think it finishes, yeah, Mullen is making you look like a genius. I'm starting to think. You got some kind of insider, something or other. Sorry, Enzo, but I want to watch this thing pamp. And I know we got some Mullen heads in there. I'm even going to switch it to the 1 minute. Actually, we'll keep it at the 5 minute. I don't like that 1 minute chart. Oh, is that what it was, Lobo? So what did they just put the number? They just put the numbers out now? Is that what's going on? I'm out of the loop on this one. They weren't talking too much. Look at Lordstown Motors, and I know Sabrina dropped that news earlier. Sabrina Junk Savvy. Thank you, fabulous ladies, as always, for keeping everybody here well informed and up to date on all the breaking news. Lordstown Motors up 28%. Company reported third quarter financial results and announced an expanded partnership with Foxconn. Lordstown reported a third quarter net loss of 73 cents per share, which missed average analyst estimates for a loss of 31 cents per share. So analysts estimated a loss of 31 cents per share. They came in with a loss of 73 cents, so I'm following it so far. Okay, company ended the quarter with $204 million in cash and short-term investments. And they reaffirmed that it plans to start delivering the Endurance vehicle in the fourth quarter, subject to full homologation and required certification, which is expected later in the quarter. Lordstown also reached an agreement with Foxconn in which Foxconn will make additional equity investments in Lordstown via a $70 million of common stock and up to 100 million of newly created convertible preferred stock. Okay, so it's a pump to sell some stock and then give Foxconn some more. And then they'll use the proceeds from the sale of the preferred stock to fund development and design activities. So I guess I don't know. Your earnings per share missed by pretty much like 100%. But you're up 25%. I don't know. Oh, the numbers were 13 minutes late? Okay. Oh. I don't like the number 10, so that wouldn't have been good for my numbers. Let me find out, Caesar. Let me find out you're hanging around with Mishery. Okay, Activision. I see you. I see you start pumping. 72.42 now on Activision, up 2%. Let's go. AMC in the green, up 0.2%. APE up 1%. That SKYT still on the move. Arctic Fox up near that $10 mark now, $9.96 on SKYT. And Mullen still holding those 10% gains. On Tesla, Enzo? Man, I don't know if long's the right way on Tesla. Down, down, down. Tesla's going down. 188.50 now on Tesla, down 4.5%. Hate to see that. So hit a new 52-week low, 188.02. Ace Lee. Well, yeah, Sabrina, remember when Facebook asked people to share other things that they did to inspire people? And then rewarded them with donuts and cheeseburgers and other crap. Sam Adams even gave you a free beer. You know? Nothing says promoting health like giving people greasy food and cheeseburgers and joints and everything else. The worst thing is that it worked, and people actually fell for it. That's the real funny thing. Enzo, what's up with NVIDIA? Climbed up to 148.91 and then hit a wall. Down now at 145.23. So still way up above the mark that you called out yesterday, which was 145. So we'll see if that turns around. And did that, was that all the semis? Yeah, pretty much across the board, coming back down. Non-refundable. What's up, brother? Yeah, they are. They are. I remember the good old days, Sabrina, when we were kids, when like your vote was a personal thing and you went and voted and didn't talk about it and life went on. You know, it's like the Library Bookman episode of Seinfeld. You know what I mean? We didn't know what people voted. We didn't want to know what people voted. You went and voted your, you know, and life went on. Rich. No, there's no use in arguing because, you know, an argument usually doesn't yield any kind of positive results. Now, a discussion with somebody that might have a different point of view from you, that's a complete different story. But it seems like those kind of discussions are harder and harder to have and harder to find because everything has to become an argument or a personal attack, or which sucks because I like a good well thought out debate, even if usually in a debate I'll disagree with one side, but see, I'm a left guy, Randy, or Last Kazi, and good morning, Randy. I'm a left guy because I assume that the left Twix are made by a right hand, and nothing against you lefties out there. I think we live in a right-handed dominant world, so I always support the left Twix. Take it for what it's worth, Rich. I think we could still be friends, though, Rich. Even if you support the right Twix, I support the left Twix. I think we could both agree that we love Kit Kats. So, common ground. That's what it's all about. Common ground. And looking at this heat map, nothing really jumping out of that bright red Tesla. Medtronic in the healthcare medical services down 5%. Other than that, lot of mellow green, the type of green that would draw happy little trees, not bright in your face Nickelodeon green slime green that we'd like to see, but nonetheless, it's okay. Okay, you know what? I support the Animal Crackers vote. I support the whole Animal Crackers initiative, actually, Sabrina, if I'm being completely honest. Well, yeah, that's why I say I'm not a anti left-handedness. Like, I 100% would have shopped at the Leftatorium. I would have supported Ned Flanders' whole cause, but I just feel like it's we're living in a right-handed world, and I am a right-handed boy, so right, left, swing, right, kick, ambidextrous. Yeah, you're just confused, GTA. You're just confused. I play hockey left-handed. That's really the only thing I do left-handed. All right, NVIDIA pushing back up now, 145.88 on NVIDIA. And our S&P top 10. Apple down slightly. Microsoft up about 0.5%. Amazon down 1%. Tesla down near those 52-week lows again, 188.42. Google scraping by, up about 0.25%. Got NVIDIA pushing back up over 2% gains now on NVIDIA. Berkshire just dipped into the red. Zuckerberg down 1.2% under the $96 mark on Meta. I could see that, Hills. I used to love when I was a kid, I would put it on left-handed kids in Mortal Kombat because the way arcades are set up are for right-handed people, so they would always stink. Could spot a lefty a mile away. I'd be waiting for them to put their quarters up. Tell them, pop 2 quarters in, Pop-Tart, let's go. Oh, I'm positive that you do, Rich. I'm positive. I couldn't picture you shopping anywhere else. Animal crackers have stood the test of time, Randy. I have to say, I don't know what they're made of. I don't know who makes them. I'll always love them. They're so dry, especially if you don't have a big drink, but they're so good. Yeah, golf courses are another one that are very, usually very right-handed friendly. Usually most golf courses are set up to favor right-handed people. Oh, nice. Yeah, see? Well, our arcade was kind of near Love Canal, Lobo, so most of the people didn't have the good sense to. That's like some Jimi Hendrix stuff right there. Crossing hands. And we are 22 minutes in. At 10 o'clock, guys, I do have to, I'll do both of them at once and let the dog out. I just got to check on the boy because I'm responsible for schooling today. So you can call me teacher. Writing left is so hard. Anyone that can write, yes, that's who I thought made them. Sabrina, is it who makes them? Barnum and Bailey? That was always my assumption. Because the Barnum and Bailey logo looks just like the box of animal crackers. Oh, definitely. Definitely, Randy. I want to say, I'll go as far, Randy, as to say I've seen one of those infomercials. Remember in the 80s there was always a crack dealer giving the kid the first one for free. I think they were just slipping them. Yo, I got these animal crackers. Oh yeah, I don't discriminate like that. I'll drink with my left hand all day because that's a simple process. But I'd probably be better off doing it right-handed. Rich, we all seen how the one time worked out, and I'm pretty sure I was going left on there. I'm a righty, usually can't go left. The leftorium didn't make it. Bad investment. Well, that's what I mean, Lobo. Have they changed over the years, or are those the same ones? The ones that come in the little box with the circus going on all around it. Because there's those ones, and those ones are a little flatter. But then you can get the other ones that come in the big container. And those ones are like they took that game Barrel of Monkeys, because it's all monkeys in there. You'll get like one elephant, maybe a camel or something here or there, possibly. But it's like 95% monkeys, and they look just like the ones from that game. Anyways, getting off topic here. Sorry about that. But, okay, market turning back to the upside. NASDAQ up 0.3%. S&P up the same, and the Dow up 0.62%. Nvidia starting to cook with grease again, 146.76, up over 2.5%. Tesla starting to come back over that 190 mark on Tesla, 190.43. Well, and then when you do find them, like when you're looking for something like that, Lobo, when you finally do find it, you got a question like, man, is this like an antique? Are they selling this just because it's super old and they're trying to blow out inventory? Yeah, they were against that stuff back in the day, I hear, Rich. I heard tales from older kids. Because after first grade, they must have passed a law, or I don't know if it was a law thing or just a common sense thing, where they're like, well, maybe letting the nuns hit kids isn't a good idea. But they changed something after first grade for me. They weren't allowed to hit us anymore. But I heard tales. You know, they were probably urban legends, but I heard tales of lefties getting the ruler. That's why I always tell my friends that are left-handed, I always mess with them. I always tell them they had hippie parents. They were like, peace, man, do what you want. Left-handed's okay. I never understood the religious side of it, though, why it was a bad thing. But, again, and I don't know if it really happened, Rich, in my schools. It was just kind of some of those legends that you heard about. Task is TASK. Taskus Inc. now up 34%. What the what? So Task Us. Okay, earnings last night. Earnings per share beat 35 cents up against the 29-cent estimate. Sales of 232 million beat the 225 million estimate. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. So look at that, guys. You could have good earnings and your stock could go up. It is possible. We know that the proof's in the pudding right here with Taskus Inc. TASK. Good earnings. 36% gains. Who would have thought? Hey, Crypto with Jake. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, my man. Average down to 719 on AMC. Beautiful. Hopefully we get some good news. Yeah, well, Jake, what I'm hoping for is maybe some kind of numbers, and I don't know if we'll get numbers, or at least I'm hoping for Adam Aaron to expand on the Zoom partnership. Maybe get a time frame on that. I think that's going to be good news. We got HYMC update, I think, that we're going to be getting. And what else? I think that's really all I expect out of them. And someone made a great point in Discord last night about how Adam Aaron set up this earnings, not, as lowered expectations. He let us know it was going to be a down period as far as the number of movies coming out, things like that. So I'm not expecting it. Well, I shouldn't say that, because I'm looking at it logically, and I'm forgetting that it's AMC and they're going to do whatever the hell they want to do with it. You know what I mean? But I think on the news front, I think the Zoom thing is big. I think it's big. I think it's much bigger than the popcorn thing. I think this is the biggest pivot, like I said, that we've seen, because I think this could generate some real revenue. I think this could really be something that can generate revenue in the off hours without having to completely overhaul AMC or cut into the AMC product that they already have, or the service that they already have. Well, Hills, I know what you're getting for Christmas. A clock with no numbers. Clock with no numbers. You'll learn. You'll learn. Oh, it was around till the 5th grade for you, Rich. Okay. So you got it for a while. Well, I do that in the Omaha Hills. I get very confused in Omaha. I like it. It's fun, but I get confused. 15% gains on NCMI, 49.5 cents. Birdie, did you take up a position in it before the earnings yesterday? I believe you might have got in last week, potentially. But NCMI, National Cinemedia. And I didn't see if there was an earnings call or anything on that, Birdie, so maybe we get some kind of update on that from Adam Aaron today. So you got that, you got HYMC, maybe a popcorn update, but I'm really interested in the Zoom partnership and where they go with that. Grabbed a little ICCM. That is better than a clock with no hands. This is true. Omaha. I love that commercial, Rich, with all the Peyton Mannings, and they're running like a business, and they're just running around calling Omaha. Oh, okay, Birdie. I see ya. 342 cents. Okay, let's crack over this 50-cent mark for you then, brother. 49.5 cents on NCMI. ICCM, so you got some room to run. Arctic Fox, it ran all the way up to 276 in the, looks like in the pre-market. So 144 right now. Been pretty much around there. I'm going to assume, Arctic Fox, that you got it somewhere right around here, 140 to 145-ish. No. And you know, the worst thing wouldn't be, Grant, if there ends up being some kind of private placement. So we know that those shares could be converted down the line to give voting rights, right? Eventually, if that gets approved. So maybe we see a private placement to one of these big companies like Zoom. You know what I mean? If they're doing a partnership, maybe they throw an investment on top of it and negotiate a deal where maybe AMC gets a premium on the APE in return for some kind of concessions with Zoom in the long term. I'm just spitballing here, Grant. It could be nonsense, maybe not. I'm just thinking outside the box for a second, that's all. Usually they do take some time, Birdie. I can't speak on Interactive Brokers, but I know, like, on Webull, I know there was usually a delay. Like, I didn't get my shares immediately. But I would, if I was you, non-refundable, I would maybe throw them an email or reach out to their customer service and just see, because I think you said you didn't get your bonus either, right? If neither one of you guys received it, I would definitely see what kind of customer support they have. As I know, Birdie spoke very highly about Interactive Brokers and the ease of all of it. So I only say that because it sounds like maybe something, I don't know. But it could just still be the waiting period, no doubt about it. And the Dow still leading the charge, has been for the last month, up over 0.5%. S&P up 0.18%. The NASDAQ up 0.06%. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of the fear, Grant. What you're saying there, that there's a lot of speculation that Citi is going to offer them to hedge funds to cover at a premium at some point when things break after the midterms. That's a tough one, Grant, because I've seen that. I've seen a lot of people, and I'm not doubting that could happen, but I think that's the end of the ape community, the end of anything. Because to me, I think people would look at that like, there were some people that got mad over ape and said Adam Aaron betrayed us and this and that was garbage. You could disagree with Adam Aaron's decisions, things like that, but you can't say he betrayed us in the sense of misled us or gave us false information. He told us exactly what was happening. But I think if that power was to go to Citibank and people watched that unfold, I think the whole thing would collapse, Grant, honestly. I hope that's not the case. I do like to think that Adam Aaron has a little bit more control and a little bit more dignity than to let something like that. But it's easy to think that, Grant, but at the end of the day, the power of the almighty buck is what controls probably 87.63% of people's emotions nowadays. So, yeah, I think so too, Grant. And we discussed a little bit of that yesterday, and I've seen the talking heads kind of fortify that position that if the Republicans take over, we see in the short term we see a rally, then we see that downside going into budget discussions next year, going into the debt ceiling, things like that, where there's going to be gridlock. So yeah, I can see that. Crypto's kind of on the agenda. I'm not sure what to think of crypto, because kind of both sides are kind of wishy-washy on it. I don't think that it's a partisan thing where it's like, oh well, if the Republicans win, they're gonna shut down crypto and regulate it, or if the Democrats stay in, it's the end of crypto. Like, I don't think either party is more detrimental to crypto than the other. Most of the stuff that the bills that I've seen come out have been, for the most part, bipartisan. Now, these are headline bills too. What's actually in them, what else they're trying to push through with them, that's another story altogether. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Grant, trust me. Trust me. I feel your pain. I know exactly how tough it is. I mean, I've been doing this for almost 2 years, putting my trust in them, and I think we've been pretty fair with them as a community. I think we've gave him the benefit of the doubt a lot of times, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. He he earned a spot in pop culture history, Grant, with the way that he approached this whole thing, things like that. And the movement is much bigger than Adam Aaron, no doubt about it. But I agree, it's been tough, but I think most of us are understanding Grant and understand the position that he's in, where he doesn't have the power to just say, okay, apes, I'm gonna flip the switch and everything's gonna be exposed. I just, even if the 425 million apes get sold, I think there are still billions of synthetics to be covered still. And if AA makes it a big dent in the debt via selling when the time is right. Yeah, and that's why that's the only thing that I thought he did wrong. Or I wouldn't say wrong, because hindsight's always 2020. I think he should have presented that to the people, Grant. And again, I don't know the legalities of what he could do, but I don't think announcing an offering with an intent to pay off debt would have been any kind of manipulation. But it could have been looked at that way, because you look at it like he says that apes push it up, they do an offering, and then it probably would have crashed. So maybe that wouldn't have been the right. But I just think that because they put it out there, that they would have those other 400 million, 480 or whatever to sell. So we knew it was on the horizon. They weren't hiding that. But if he would have at least implemented, like, hey, as soon as we sell this. But he kind of did. He kind of did, Grant, because they took actions on debt. And Adam Aaron said it was because of the strength of Ape. And where Ape's at, even at that time, it wasn't that strong as far as a price. So I think at this point, Grant, it's like, and I know I've moved the goalpost personally. I'm playing on like a seven length football field at this point, but we're in another situation where it's like, we've come this far. We've got to see what he says tonight and then reassess. I think it's fair to say after this earnings call, just like the last one and the one before that, I think it's fair to say that anyone holding AMC or, even involved in it, I think it's a fair thing to say we need to reassess the whole situation after this earnings call and see where we're going. Yeah, Birdie Hunter, we had a moment of I don't know if it was silence because I was talking the whole time, but we had a moment earlier remembering the lives and times. So yeah, I just hope the banking system will be able to continue to thrive, Birdie. That's my biggest concern. Because without banks, we're just people in control of our own financial destiny, and we really don't want that now, do we, Birdie? Oh, yeah. Well, and those are the real deeper issues, Grant, and that's where you get into the issues where who's covering who's back, and that's where it gets a lot deeper. And that's, I'm not gonna lie to you, when you go down those rabbit holes, Grant, it makes you it makes you almost proud to be part of something fighting against something so corrupt. But at the same time, I find it a little discouraging because you see the corruption that's there and you see nothing being done about it. Like several of the fellas that Birdie follows intently, as do I, thanks to Birdie. Boss Blunts, those guys, Froggy Stocks. I always get his name wrong, but people like that have been exposing real stuff. These guys aren't conspiracy theorists. They're not pumping a stock. They're exposing actual, stuff that we pay hundreds of millions of dollars in 3-year investigations to not, uncover. The ape community has done it, and those videos are out there, guys. Those videos are out there, and Birdie's always sharing a lot of them, and these guys know their stuff. These guys aren't talking out of, it's not inexperienced, undereducated people that are talking this. It's people that know their stuff, are pointing out facts, and it just gets overlooked. It gets overlooked. Yeah, I've luckily in that world, Grant, I don't know, I must have had a free couple extra lives or something, because I've died on a bunch of hills. I've died slow deaths on some of them. Some of them were quick and painless, James Franco style ones, but some of them, yeah. All right, Junk Savvy. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Getting out there, voicing your opinion, letting your voice be heard. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Brazil military tomorrow will report their findings on the Brazil election to the public. That's something to keep an eye on. Oh, great. I just took that off my bingo card, too. I took it off my bingo card, Birdie, and put Donald Trump having Don Trump Jr. run as his running mate. That's on my apocalypse card now. So, hey, listen, Grant. I would gladly throw some some of those shoulder pads with spikes on them and come pick you up in a dune buggy and live in the Mad Max world. I got you, brother. I agree, though. I agree that it's, I don't think there is any coming back now. I think it's, I think we continue to slip further into the abyss, but at the same time, I think people are waking up every day. I think people are seeing things for what they're worth. Birdie, thank you for sharing that video, too. I watched it this morning, the David Icke one. Brilliant. And, he's a guy I've followed 20 plus years, Birdie. Like I said, I'll get you that video from 98. I'm trying to get it for you. I couldn't find a shareable version of it, Birdie, but I want you to take a look at it because it's pretty crazy. I don't understand how he gets banned from the whole European Union. Like, that is just craziness. Exela up 30%, 22.5 cents on XELA. Not seeing any new news on it or anything on XELA. They had some news back on the 1st. I know we talked about that, but haven't seen anything after. Yeah, I think so, non-refundable. But again, I think Adam Aaron braced us for that. I think Adam Aaron, if you look back at the last earnings, he set the bar pretty low. And take the fact that it's AMC out of it, that was successful for a lot of companies. A lot of companies that took the hit earlier said their next earnings, but at least we got good news. At least we got good news. You gotta love the timing of them releasing that Zoom news. Yeah, Lobo. Yeah, so he was supposed to go speak, I believe in the Netherlands, I believe in Birdie's country, and then they banned him from Europe. Like they, and the guy, so he made a reaction video. He made I wouldn't call it a reaction video, but he made like a video to the people of the EU. Pretty riveting. But there's also a video, Lobo. You can't find it on YouTube, but it's of him in 1998. And you would have thought that it was from about 2021 when people started waking up to what's going on, because he predicted all of this back then. All of it. From the digital, and everyone thought he was a quack. Like his lizard theories and some of his out there theories are a little bit, over the top for my liking, but he preaches a lot of peace, a lot of higher power, not necessarily in a religious way, but in a unified, we're all part of a big, which, whether you believe it or not, you should have the right to say it. He's the guy has never once called for violence, never once called for any kind of, I just don't get it. I don't get it. And what I really don't get is that people don't see a problem with it. I don't get that people think that it's okay to silence. And it's going to be really, really strange. And we're already seeing it. We're seeing it right now. We're seeing it on Twitter, where we're seeing the side that did the silencing, kind of the tides being turned a little bit here. And I'm not talking left, right. I'm just talking people in general. I'm talking, the way that they are. It's going to be a rude awakening for some people that were all for people losing their personal freedoms because it went with what they were pushing. But when that's coming back at them, maybe then we'll wake up. Maybe. Hyde and Reich. What's up, Hyde? Good morning. Cheers, my friend. Wow, I started talking too long there, guys. Hyde, I got to run for a quick second. Nikki's been down there. Hopefully his work's going good. Yeah, that wasn't your fault, though, Caesar. That Exila thing, they hit us with the sneak attack on that reverse split. And we were following it. I feel horrible because we were following it. We kind of projected it happening. And then it just, bam. It was like they approved it midday. Oh, by the way, XLA just approved a 25-1 for reverse split. And now they got to do another one. So it didn't even accomplish anything. But the good thing is, guys, and I know it hurts, and I know you're probably in a situation where you're just like, well, I'm not going to sell it at this kind of loss. The good thing is they're going to do another reverse split. It's going to drop the float dramatically. Right now, we still got a 64 million float. So if they do, thank you, Junk Savvy. That's the Froggy Stonks vid. And again, guys, I love to do that around here. Not everybody on YouTube likes to promote other people's YouTube, especially strangers. Like, I have no affiliation with Froggy Stonks. But I think he does a great job, and I think he puts in a lot of work. That's why I always encourage you guys to check it out, like, subscribe, things like that, because I know the work that goes into it. Now, I could easily watch that video, regurgitate that stuff to you guys, and act like I came up with it on my own. I would never do that. Obviously, we can talk about the stuff that he talks about, no doubt about it, but you guys know how it is here. We walk the walk and we talk the talk. When I say it's a communal effort, that communal effort expands beyond us, and we just like to support those that are out there putting in the work. But I do have to go support that little boy right now for just a quick second. I do gotta let the dogs out too, guys. So give me just a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back with you. All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning, my lady. Hope you and Nunya are doing well this morning. Always great to see you. And what did I miss? The market's pushing up. NASDAQ up 0.2%, S&P up 0.74%, and the Dow Jones up over that 1% gain. Look at that. NBOS, Novo Integrated Sciences subsidiary clinical consultant science sales and consulting agreement with Tiatech USA. Some news on NBOS. Thank you, Brina. Never fret, non-refundable. That's a beautiful thing. You might not see me, but I'm always watching you. AMC up now 2.25%, 545 on AMC. APE up 0.2%, 152. Mullen cooled off a little bit, but Caesar still might be right. 28.15 cents on that, up 6.25%. Caesar may be revealing his sources to us later, so stay tuned for that. Along with AMC earnings call 5 p.m. guys, so we'll probably go right to the close. Take a quick break at 4. Leave the stream up and bring that earnings call in at 5 p.m. Apple on the cusp of going green. So Apple, after falling to 138.04, didn't fall under 138, back up near that 139 level. Microsoft up 1%, Amazon up 0.25%. Tesla still fighting underneath that 190 level, 189.50 on Tesla. Google up over 1% now. Nvidia up 2.5%, 146.63 on Nvidia. Berkshire back in the green, up 0.33%. United Health up 1%. And Zuckerberg down 1%. So Meta at 95.87. Let's go, SPY. Let's go, SPY. Let's go, SPY. OPRT. Yeah, it seems like that's all energy right now, GTA. All energy falling fast. I'm not exactly sure why. We still have the demand issues out of China. Not really reliable information what we're getting out of there with Foxconn and that kind of stuff. So maybe a little bit of fear that way. Hess Corp now down 0.33%. Phillips 66 down 0.5%. Valero Energy down 0.25%. Marathon Petroleum down 0.34%. Devon Energy down 0.5%. Occidental OXY down 1%. ConocoPhillips down 0.5%. Chevron just in the red, and Exxon just in the red. Tiny Boxes. What's up, Tiny? Happy voting day. Happy voting day. And I hope you guys, I don't want to say understood, because I hope you guys noticed the irony in the thumbnail. I thought it was well played. I'm not usually huge on thumbnails, but I thought that one was good. Tiny, best of luck to your friend in Arizona today. I hope she's able. Pretty amazing that she's been able to get there as a write-in. You said, right, Tiny? Pretty friggin' awesome. So wishing her the best, and I wish the best for all the candidates that any of the candidates out there that are going to put the American people before party. That's what I'm looking for today. Lordstown Motors giving some of those gains back. So ran all the way up to 238. Now back down at 201 on RIDE. HIMS still pushing up. HIMS and Hers Health, HIMS, up 23.5%. And again, that was on good earnings. I wish her the best, and I hope no matter what happens, Tiny, that she keeps that drive. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the FUD man, but we always look at all outcomes here at Outside the Charts. So worst case scenario, I hope that just fuels the fire more. Nothing worse than somebody that busts their butt and tries to do something. Hate to see them get discouraged. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all. That's all. And I think that's what most people want. And hopefully most people will look at those things and tune all the noise out, Oh, okay. Nice, Randy. So that's not the thumbnail, Randy, but that is friggin' awesome. Your step-grandfather was there in real life, but wasn't one of the guys raising the flag. That is absolutely amazing. That is amazing, Randy. Well, thank him for his well, you know what I mean. Thank you for, what I'm trying to say, Randy. But yeah, the thumbnail is Harry Truman holding the sign that says, in the original sign, what's the guy's name that won? Or that they said won? I forget his name now. Now that I'm on the spot, I forget his name. Oh. The headline that said Dewey defeats Truman when Truman really won. So that's why it says Griffin defeats Aaron. You get it? If you don't, blame Odie-Fro. It was Odie-Fro's idea. No, but Odie-Fro helped me come up with the idea. He was a big help. That was his idea. I thought it was a cool way to, yes, Dewey. I thought it was a cool way, because it's election day, to add a little bit of politicalness to it without being political. Obviously, Adam Aaron isn't running against Ken Griffin for anything, and obviously Harry Truman is no longer with us, but you can see the irony, hopefully. I don't know. Maybe we were having too much fun last night, who knows. Anywho, moving on. Yeah, it wasn't to bring him into it at all, Randy. I'm sure I would love to hear those opinions in a Discord conversation, though. Little Birdie told me you guys were having a history conversation yesterday, and I would have loved to have been a fly on that wall. You and Birdie Hunter spinning a tail. Oh. I would love it. I would love it. I thought it was funny. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned. And what happened with Coinbase this morning? What was the news that dumped it? Down 10%. And this wasn't earnings. This was... I'm not seeing an exact reason why. Yeah, I mean, you still got a lot of upside hills. Yeah, that's what I'm reading, the FTX thing. And good morning, CBS Frog. I think you're right, and just with crypto being down as well. Bitcoin down. Wow, I haven't even been paying attention. Bitcoin down at 19,366. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I read a little bit about that and don't know much as far as FTX. The only thing I know is when I was in the Bahamas, the whole airport was FTX everything. Come on, Spy. Keep pumping. Keep on pumping. And AMC coming back a little. 543 on AMC. 151 on APE. Put this Spy back up here. Tesla trying to come back. 188.96 on Tesla. Fighting. Tennis is physical. What's up, brother? Happy election day. Oh, it was hyped. It was definitely hyped big time. And, I didn't buy in because it was too expensive for my blood at the time. But the hype around it was ridiculous. And in hindsight, looking back, I think we can see, not just the mainstream media. There were some talking heads out there that, whether they knew it or not, were shilling for it. Some influencers, people like that, and Kramer, the worst of the bunch as far as mainstream media. But there was a lot of people that I think got some kind of incentive to pump that IPO. Okay, Randy. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it. I know they were trying to step in FTX and buy Voyager, correct? Oh, Fran Drescher's got a sweet vid out. Okay, I'll check your tweeter. You like that nanny, huh? Well, what was it about her that was it the voice? Oh yeah. Meanwhile, the Coinbase people were selling the crap out of their shares as soon as it blew. It was the Robinhood IPO, just kind of on a bigger level. And Nvidia continuing to cook. 146.65. Tesla back over that 189 mark. We'll see if it holds there. Amazon now up 0.4%. Microsoft up 1%. S&P slowly rising. Hold on, guys. Attaboy, tennis. Attaboy. As a fellow American, I appreciate that. I appreciate any of you guys that get out there and make your voices heard. Remember, guys, voting's not just a right, it's a responsibility. Ah, Randy likes the nanny too. Okay. Okay, great minds think alike. Attaboy, Hyde. Yes, I'm going to do the same thing, Hyde. I'm going to do it once I get off here. Go take care of that. AMC, not a whole lot of volume for earnings day. 7 million trades. Yeah. APE only 3 million. Not good when you see barcoding on the 5-minute chart. Mullen pushing back up, 28.37 on Mullen. Randy! That's fantastic, Mr. Stogner. Fantastic. That a boy, Tennis. That a boy. And that's exactly what I meant yesterday, Tennis, when I said, and I'll rephrase it. A few of your investments, not your plays. I knew a few of them were down. But I know with you have a plan. And I think I told Junk Savvy that when I forget which one was down, I'm like, he'll probably just buy more. I said if he's in it right now, it's not a fly-by-night play. It's something he believes in. So love to see those dip buys coming in. Keep doing your thing. You got a unique method. I like to use it to, kind of educate ourselves and each other with the way that you trade, but it's very unique, and it just shows, Tennis. It shows exactly what it takes. You have to formulate your own style, your own plan. RIBT, yep. And awesome. I've learned a lot from you, my friend. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was definitely a left-handed thing, Hills. I probably was part of it for Corsair. Not that I told you not to buy it, but I didn't see the upside on it, and I didn't know enough about it. Palantir, we had a mixed kind of opinion around here. I know Saucy's bullish on it and still bullish on it long term. But I know Tennis had dropped kind of some first-hand knowledge on Palantir. It was a little bit worrisome. So a little bit of a mixed bag. I don't think there was a clear-cut right and wrong. You know what I mean, Hills? And I still think Palantir, their earnings were nowhere near as bad as the sell-off that we've seen. There we go, Lobo. I knew it was gonna get done. Ric Flair's net worth is only $500,000. Really? I love it, Hyde. I love it. Think long term, Hyde. Think retirement fund. Think 5 years from now when me and you can just go kick it in the woods and have a beer because, you're banking off Tesla. Some will still say maybe overvalued, but you got to look at big picture when you're talking Tesla, Hyde. You got to look outside of the car. You got to look outside of the car. You got to look at that technology. And some of the technology we might not all agree with, but you got to look at it from a business sense. And the thing that struck with me, Hyde, like Elon said, when they do make the switch to autonomous driving vehicles, that they can get 4 to 5 times the retail price of what they're getting now without costing them any more money to produce the vehicle. That was a good sell. Now, how 100% accurate that is, Hyde, I don't know. It did come out of Elon's mouth last Friday, so I'll take it for what it's worth. But between that, I think the other interesting thing that he talked about was them getting into mining. And when he brought it up, the Baron host, he asked about a specific company. I forgot what company it was. He was like, "Do you mean getting involved?" And he was like, "No, not buying into a mining company, but actually Tesla start doing the mining." So I think when you look long term on a company like Tesla, you can't just look at the vehicles, although that's the main stream of revenue right now. I think you got to look big picture. I could have pamped. Yeah, but I could have gave you some better insight into Corsair Hills. I didn't know nothing about it. And I thought gaming, at least hardware and things like that, were on the decline. I totally didn't see that earnings. But I appreciate you letting me off the hook. Oh, okay. That's the name of your game. I got you. Well, can't blame you for that. Tesla back over to 190, 190.60 on Tesla. Meta down 95.38. Not a good day for Zuckerberg. Nvidia still up 2.25% over that 146 mark. Google still up 1.25%. Yeah, NCMI now up 34%. Birdie Hunter, where you at? Make it 36%. 58 new high. Wow. So then it just glitched on my price. It went from 49 cents to 59 cents to 43 cents in under a second. So it just went and now back up. There's some tomfoolery going on there. And it might just be a Weeble glitch, guys. I'm not saying that, but it literally went from 59 cents, dropped down to 42 cents, but back up now at 58.3, 35% gains. Let me turn it down a little bit there. Well, thank you for letting me know, Tennis, because I can't. It's the way it changes. All of these settings change all the time. I'm still trying to get them dialed in. Weird when that happens. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. Let me see. Let me know if that's a little bit better on the music. Yeah, I don't know if that price action's actually happening, Randy, or if it's just glitching to show it. Now up at new daily highs. Just hit 59.49 cents. Okay, Hyde. And what did you sell out of? A third of your position, Hyde? Roughly, something like that. I know you're still liking this position. 147.09 on Axon right now. Here's an interesting little piece of article on that Axon, Hyde. So Who put this out? Benzinga. They put out an article, Hyde, about potential stocks that could see runs if or when Donald Trump it was to announce his candidacy, and they list a whole bunch, but one down here, known for high volatility around times of political unrest or protest in the U.S., Digital Ally, which is ticker symbol DGLY, which provides body cams and video systems for law enforcement, and Axon Enterprise, that's AXON, which develops technology and weapons products, could be volatile as the next presidential election gets underway. Strong possibility of protest no matter who gets elected into office. So something to keep an eye on there, Hyde. I gotta have contradicting views on that, Hyde, because I'd like to see the stock tank, because that would mean that things are peaceful. No offense, like I don't want to see you lose any money, obviously. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to be the case everywhere, so there could be a need for it. And just on sentiment alone, Hyde, like I know you got earnings today, and I don't like to. I would never say hold a stock because of Donald Trump. That makes me sound like an awful human being. But I would say you might want to see what kind of pop it gets on November 15th if he is to throw his hat in the ring. Just saying. Or just the next couple days, Hyde. I mean, if there does become any kind of civil unrest, you might see, I don't know. Yeah, Lyft's earnings were really bad. I like Take-Two down at this level. I would have liked it to fall a bit more, but I like it in the 80s. I like it in the 80s. I still think Grand Theft Auto is going to be the biggest. And looking at the numbers that Call of Duty just did, I think GTA is going to dwarf that. I think GTA, if it rolls out correctly in a somewhat timely fashion, and then I'm really interested in how they develop an in-game currency, who maybe they partner up with, because that's the thing. Okay, who's Take-Two? Who are they going to? Who's Rockstar gonna partner with if they roll out an in-game cryptocurrency or something like that? Are they gonna do it in-house? Are they gonna have an outside kind of exchange built into GTA? I mean, as of now, everything is just rumors. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the reason this game's taking what are we on, 10 years now, going on 10 years to come out, tells me that they're working on something big. SKYT, Arctic Fox, you still holding some? I know I think maybe you got rid of a third of them. 1156 on SKYT, 34% gains. Market cooling for a second, but leveling out a little bit. The Dow up 1.04%. S&P and NASDAQ running pretty congruent here, up 0.75%. That's how it feels like, GTA. Well, I'll bet you everything I own that it'll also be out on it. It'll probably be the same type of thing that we got on GTA 5, where it launched on the 360, and then literally the Xbox One came out like 2 or 3 months later. Although it took them a long time to drop it for it to then come out on Xbox One, but ride down all the way to $2 now, so falling after that run up on Lordstown Motors. And that is offering news and news on funding, investment money from Foxconn. Remark Holdings, another one that ran up yesterday on The DWAC news down 10% today at 28.5 cents. Funware back up to 156. So still down 6% on the day, but up from where it started. Yeah, I think so too. And then I think you can probably add 6 to 9 months. I think. All right, Hyde, be safe. GTA, I think we'll get a good 6 to 9 months before they roll out the online. So I think you're gonna get the single player campaign. You'll probably get that. I'm gonna say I think it'll be sooner. I'm gonna say Christmas 2024. Christmas time or November 2024 if I had to guess. And then I think probably we don't see the multiplayer release, which I think will be the cash cow behind it, until probably the fall. Lumen Technologies. Randy's saying, anybody else up 300% on Lumen calls? Huh? Still working on that novel, Randy? So 300% calls. What did you, how'd you manage that, Randy, my man? Up 7% on Lumen Technologies right now, $6.47. NCMI over that 60-cent mark, 40% gains. And boy, that's, you know, you gotta have wishful thinking. You know me, man. You're the pessimist, I'm the optometrist, GTA. Remember that. Oh, 2 nice days in a row on Bluebird Bio. What did we finish up yesterday? Finished up yesterday 11%. And up another 9.25% today. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. That's Bluebird Bio, BLUE. Ah, love it, Birdie. Love it. Gains are gains. Gains are gains. And, you know, that's found money, Birdie. Because you went out and did the research. You know, you figured this out. This wasn't a stock that was being promoted. You weren't finding it. So good job. I wouldn't be surprised. Birdie. Like I said, I'm more excited for this. I'm more excited for this earnings, Birdie, than I think I've been in a long time. Because I think there's some real substance to this one. I think, you know, Microsoft, so you look at these big alliances. You look at what Microsoft is doing with Netflix. Now you look at Zoom with AMC. I just think it could be part of a bigger plan. And maybe it's not. Maybe this is just the groundwork. Maybe they won't have a lot of information on it. But I gotta love the timing of the Zoom news. And as far as a business, I think we've talked about this many times, that it may not be possible to sustain with just the regular movie business the way it is now, you know. But I think this is the first big pivot to really be able to raise some revenue without a complete transformation or without getting into some complete different company. This is something that's going to be done inside AMC theaters with AMC staff. And, you know, I always look at that side of it. You're going to provide more jobs. You're going to make sustainable jobs for these people, too. So right now, I have to imagine it's tough to accommodate great employees at AMC because it's not busy enough. It's not busy enough. Time, you know, movie theaters are only busy at night. Let's be honest. Maybe you get Christmas vacation. Sure, there's some holidays, things like that. But for the most part, it's tough to keep these people employed, and great employees make great companies. So I think if they can expand in a way that keeps more stuff in house, I just think it's a good move all in all. Now again, I'm not telling you guys to go out and buy AMC before earnings, because I'm sure even if Adam Aaron comes out and says, "Listen, I won the golden ticket," and he pulls it out and he's like, "This is worth $7 billion. I'm clearing debt tomorrow." The stock would still drop 10% because that's just the way it is. So, oh, tennis liking that Hell's Bells. Hell, man. Try saying those things. You got Hell's Biz, Hell Biz, Hills Bills, and then Hell's Bells. Good luck. Hellbiz down 8.25% today. Under that 20-cent mark. You're loading the boat. Senseonics earnings after hours. And you know, it's going to be tough because this is probably going to be the first one. I'll probably try to see if I can save it and listen to it later. Not always the easiest things to listen to. I've listened to, I think, the last 6. And, I mean, they're great. They're great earnings. They're just very boring. Very, but I love the company. And I'll be keeping an eye on that. Oh, nice. Grant bought some more AMC. Keeping some powder for the earnings dip. Also, moving to DRS. The APE and GME I bought on Friday. I think when I first met you, Hills, when you first came in like the chat, I swear I thought you were just like pumping hell biz. I'm like I didn't, and then I think I thought you were a guy. But I will give you that. Hell biz will always make me think of you, because it does sound just like Hill. I can't even say both of them in a row. Goodbye. I'm done. Done with you for now, Hills. Well, I don't think that the earnings themselves are going to be the big deal. I don't think that it's going to be the earnings themselves that push it one way or another. Come on, get 5 more cents on this call. Doge just pumped 5%, huh? Let me take a look. So Doge back up at 10.675. That's true. That's true, Lobo. I was a guy or girl named Mia for a while. Yep. All right. Oh, for a second there, we had all 3 indexes over a percent gain. The S&P, the one falling back now. The NASDAQ up 1.08%. Dow Jones up 1.25%. S&P up 0.98%. It was troublesome at times, Lobo. You know, made me have to take a couple hard looks in the mirror, things like that. But luckily, after that, a grumpy old man came along and kind of took some of the heat off me, so that was good. Not to mention Sabrina's whole Ralph incident. You know, that was a classic one. Sabrina used to get called a bot. She used to get called everything. Used to have people like trying to time her out for dropping news. Poor girl. And all she was doing was just showing everyone love. Just went green on DNA again. That's my boy. That's my boy. Get it. And AMC holding about 2.5% gains. 547. Oh, man. Stanley, great to see that name pop up in the chat. Thank you for getting back to me, and thank my brother Odie Fro for keeping everybody posted. Man, if you need anything at all, Stanley, just say the word. Just say the word. You or Pauline, reach out if you need whatever you need, my friend. And those ain't words, Stanley. Those aren't just words. I know many people here were worried sick about you yesterday, my friend, and that's real talk. You know that. We love you. We love Pauline, and yeah, just glad to see that name pop up, buddy. That's I know we were all thinking about you this morning. We didn't want to be a bother, but yeah, just amazing. That's what Odie was saying. Odie was saying, which makes sense. The process of getting your heart back going. I can't imagine the physical pain. And if you're saying you're sore, Stanley, that means I'd probably be in tears. So, as I've told you before, Stanley, and I mean that, you are the definition of what a man should be. You're the definition of what a man, what a father, what a husband should be each and every day. So love you, buddy, and again, if there's anything in the world we could do for you, please tell Pauline to not hesitate to ask. It is not even asking. Please tell Pauline to tell me if you need anything, because asking would be implying that you were asking for something, and you guys just aren't like that. So I'm gonna give you an order that if there's something you need, you better let us know. And thank you guys showing Harley Knight, aka Stanley, showing all that love out there. And thank you guys yesterday, all the concern. That's what family's all about, guys. This some people want to exist in anonymous environments where they can talk shit and be jerks to people. That's not what this is all about, and that's why we're here. Very soon, non-refundable. So, me and Enzo, it took some time yesterday, but Google and Google accessories have it out for Enzo. And it's stuff that, like, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'd be like, this dude's just telling tall tales. Like the stuff that he's had to fight against on, like, the Google end, and I don't wish on my worst nightmare. Or on my worst enemy, I'm sorry. But I think we got everything straightened out last night. Now it's just now we're actually in the review process. So last night they told us it could be anytime from a day or two up to a couple weeks. But now at least we know we're covered on our end. And poor Enzo was doing everything right by the book. Exactly how it tells you. Can you imagine how frustrating that is when you're doing something, and on top of the fact the kid puts the weight of the world on his back? I don't know who he gets that from. But yes, AdSense. So on top of him getting frustrated, he feels like he's letting us down. So it's something where it makes me want to punch something just thinking about it, because when you're doing exactly what it says, and then you watch videos and you see people that you're smarter than doing it, like it's pretty incredible. But I think we got it all taken care of. And again, a big thank you to Enzo, just for handling stuff that's not glorious, that's not. And the best part about it, or the worst part, depending on how you look at it, is this is stuff that doesn't even really benefit him. He's not trying to make money. He's not trying to. It's all stuff to benefit us, which is it's nice to have a sidekick like that. I'll tell you what. It's too often you wait till stuff is over to appreciate what you have. And you know, it's nice to have someone that has your back. Word. Oh man. Well, Stanley, on a serious tip, Stanley, my brother-in-law is one of the best dentists out there. If I can help in that sense anyway, I would absolutely reach out to him and pull any kind of favors. Again, I don't want to get too personal, Stan, you know that, but seriously, if there's anything I could do to help with that, my brother-in-law is an awesome dude too, and he knows what you guys mean to me, and he would do anything in his power to help, just like I would, Stanley. So, for real, don't have to talk about it on here, but if there's anything that I can help with in that side, please let me know. $11.22. All right, we got a special, not a guest, he's not a guest, but Enzo joining us. And Enzo, I don't know if you heard that little beep. That was a 50% call option that I bought a little while ago and just sold. Bought at 60, sold at 90. Let's go.
No, I don't hear your buy notification. It's a thing on desktop. However, that's
okay.
awesome.
Yeah. Nice and easy. No, low risk, but another thing to give you credit for, brother.
Thank you, sir. No, my ears were burning. We just got out of the doctor and stuff like that, so we're all good. We're getting back at it. I'm getting absolutely touched in my SPY puts, but I'm just basically scaling into them 10 days out and just taking them to the downside. Kind of leveraging myself or giving myself a structure to stand on if this decides to run right back against us. But Nvidia's moving beautifully, and if you need anything, I'll kiss your mouth if you need me to. I mean, that's all I can do for you. I'm not a dentist. I am from the land of the misfit toys, but I don't think what's that kid's name? What's his name?
I don't know.
The little dentist guy from the Christmas movie. I want to be a dentist.
Oh God, why can't I think?
Hermie?
I just watched it too, 2 weeks ago.
Why did you watch a Christmas? Okay, sure.
Don't ask questions you ain't prepared to hear the answer to.
No, I'm not. I'm not prepared. Also, I don't think that the market was prepared for the SPY, nor were any of the 2 million options today that were to the downside were ready. But hey, here, if you were watching here and paying attention in the chat, there wasn't any question. This was going up. It was going up yesterday. Nvidia is looking solid. Bounced off the 200. The only problem I don't like about Nvidia is that it didn't come and touch 144.13. If I obviously wake up and like Beyonce, like I do every morning, and think, how would they screw me? I gotta wake up and go, I woke up like this, obviously, but I look like that's about to turn around, and it looks like everybody might just get smoked here, thinking we might retravel 387. I would be thoroughly confused if they were able to do that to it. but I'm assuming that we're probably going to, we might do 385, but I don't see that being a thing. I see us coming probably down to the support of 377 before that.
Real
But
quick, did
if,
you see this? Binance? I must have missed this. This was that Binance is buying non-US unit of FTX.
who cares?
I don't know. You see what crypto's doing right now? It's probably
Yeah, it's called I'm gonna buy everything in the market and then I'm gonna short crypto to the brink of death. And right as everybody's going and being put in a financial situation to economically, I'm gonna go and plummet crypto as well. So it's basically this is the kind of thing where they already know that it's not
yeah, but
they
it's
cannot
running
get
on this. That's what I'm saying.
right. It's
Crypto's
running on
booming.
us because they need crypto at this point to run the market.
I mean, Bitcoin's up
Because other
almost
than that,
$1,000 in the last 20 minutes, half hour.
right, there's no way that anybody who actually knows a damn is going to go and purchase crypto right now, knowing that Bitcoin's coming back sub 15. Like, it's not a question in my mind at all. So I feel like they were calling recession, what, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. They were calling it like a depression before that. This is about to get a hell of a lot worse. If I'm just speaking from the technical pattern, I don't see anything going well for us, and I try to equate that to, well, what the hell are they gonna do? I don't know. I'm not political. I'm not. I don't even keep up with most news, but
Well, and I think the political end of it's just going to be used as an excuse, either which way. Whoever wins, whatever it is, whatever action, I don't think one side is going to stop us from going to the bottom. So I think just whatever side happens to win, they'll try to pin it on them or use it as causation. But I think we're headed in the same general direction either way. Like certain things might do better if the Republicans win, if the Democrats win, certain sectors might perform better.
I don't care who's winning. I don't see the market helping anybody for anything. Like, I mean, I think that what's happening right now is definitely manipulated. I'm going to probably shorten a video off the 148.04. I would be thoroughly impressed if they can come up with the money. I'm just curious of what next what tragedy is going to have to happen for them to pay this one off. Might be kind of a cold theory, but like
That's
can't go
interesting
and
to
say,
hear that from you because you're more of a chart guy that not that you don't know what's going on. I'm not saying it like that, but you don't.
I mean, no, I don't. You're right. Well, I mean, I appreciate you saying that, but no, I don't take it like that either. I am somebody that knows a sliver of knowledge that, I mean, even about political things and
yeah, but that's like
lobbyists
me
and all that
pointing something out on a chart to you that it's like, Enzo, this really jumped out at me, and it being right, you being like, oh well, I wouldn't expect that,
Right. Well, it's like like if you're Patrick Starr at this point, you have to be Patrick Starr at this point to not see something. Whether you see it one way or you see it the other, there's no way you're in the middle. Like there's no just I don't know what's going on. Da, 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 da. Like it's just unignorable at this point. I have not ever had a care to know who what's the guy that just got beat up with a hammer or something? I have no questions about him. I've never looked him up on Facebook or Google or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I
I've
do. I
never,
do.
I don't
And I'm jealous of that. I'm not gonna
understand.
lie. I wish I had that
Oh, his
ability to
fame?
just tune all
Oh.
that crap out. Like just
I was like, I could hit you over the head with a hammer and get you trending tomorrow.
no. I waste a lot of time on useless stuff, and I'm working. You know, I've toned it
I
down.
don't think it's
Once
useless.
some of it
I think
is.
it's, oh, 100%. But the substance of what you're reading is whether or not right or wrong. You don't look at it like that. You're pretty unbiased regardless, even if it doesn't. Even if you're not technically wrong, but even if you're going against the grain, you're still able to see the other side of things. Like, you're able to empathize extremely well with people.
Well, yeah, and the difference is now I look into these things with purpose. Before it was just, well, I work overnight and I got nothing to do, so I'll go down conspiracy rabbit holes. Now
Oh,
it's
nice.
not that I do that, but now that I look at every anything that's going on, every situation of how is this going to affect our pockets? How is this going to affect the market? How is this? So I could care less about the individuals, the people, the bullshit that comes with it, the this side, that side. Get all that crap out the window. I look for how can we make money off it. Now, I'm still interested in that stuff. You know, anyone ever wants to have a political discussion, I am always willing to talk in Discord. But when it comes
Yep.
here, we're here to see, we'll touch on it, but only if it's affecting stuff. And obviously
Yeah.
this affects it, but I'm not saying, oh, this team needs to win or we're all screwed, and if that team doesn't win, these guys are going to do, and then if they do this, but no, we need to look at the
Who
energy things,
cares?
and
Play the
yeah, you got to play the
play the
hands that we're
chart.
getting dealt. That's all.
Like, I mean, you're getting at some point, you're getting fed a bunch of BS one way. You're gonna get it fed the same way coming back to you tenfold for everything. I'm just gonna reiterate. You're ignorant for anybody to right now to not see what the hell's going on. Just socially getting locked up, people in China getting locked up and stuff like that. That's abnormal in everyday life. It would be think that even if you were the just Patrick Starr, like I said, that you wouldn't even hear about it. So it's just an unfortunate process, but I'm gonna capitalize off of it in the market because I mean, people are breaking expensive pieces lately,
Yeah.
and right now
You got it all out of your system.
I'm
Hopefully.
feeling very sneaky.
Tennis, yes, great way to say it. Situational awareness. I love that. I love that. That's exactly the words I was searching for. Powerball. So nobody won last night.
I told you it hasn't been printed yet.
No, they. I think. I don't even know what happened.
I know that they had technical
Yeah, they had
difficulties,
technical
and I'm not
difficulties.
even playing the thing. But I told you it wasn't printed yet.
I mean, I guess that's perfectly legitimate. Millions of people bought tickets for the last 7 drawings.
Don't
every
worry about
night.
it, bro. Don't worry about it. It's only 1.9 mil or 1.9 billion.
Well, again, a big congratulations to the IRS, Department of
Oh,
Treasury. I'd like to congratulate
Yeah.
them on their lotto winnings, and hopefully they'll have some fun with them. Hopefully,
I mean, my curiosity is where they're gonna get the whole 900 and
they're not. I mean, they keep pushing, and I love that on these on all these financial things, and it goes on both sides. Fox Business doing the exact same thing of telling why people they're idiots if they take the lump sum.
oh, you mean
You know.
Harvard of finance?
Well, Studies show most people that take the lump sum, they end up very unhappy. And in the long run, we really feel that you letting us hold that $2 billion and distribute it to you would really be beneficial. And guys, with interest rates the way, it's really a no-brainer at this point. It's really a no-brainer.
It's no-brainer. Hey, buddy, give me my money and blow me.
You got to take the lump sum.
There's no way, right? There's no way you go. Unless you are the most patient human being in the world, you just made $1 billion. Taxes aside, you just made $1.9 billion.
Well, it shows how greedy of a society we are. It shows how greedy of a society we are that people would even consider that.
I like it. It's gutter. You just have to. You can't trust anybody.
Yeah. Anyone that says, well, okay, $2 billion. I think the lump sum of the last one would have been like $956 million. Then even if you say that the government takes half of that, say you walk out of there with $500 million. Who on earth? $500 million after taxes, after everything. And there's going to be somebody out there that says, I guarantee the person.
Do you know what those taxes are?
$2.04 billion. Man. Now, Tennis, when do we get that push? Do you think that maybe we'll have somebody come out and say, you know what, as a good gesture, since we've already sent enough of your guys' money, what we're going to do is we're going to donate the whole Powerball to the fight in Ukraine.
Eat my...
do you think what's funny, Tennis, is when it's money that's already out of our pockets, people will blindly, Ukraine, this and that.
Question.
If you said that you were taking the people's lottery money away and giving it to Zelensky, he'd become public enemy number one.
Yeah, you'd shank him.
Funny how it works.
Somebody would rile in the streets. I do have a question, though.
Yes.
I had a question and then I got ADD. Who decides? Is that our tax dollars that go over there to help those idiots?
Yeah, of course it is.
Jesus fuck.
Of course it is. Don't worry, you're protecting.
No wait a minute. We don't have some type of foreign type of hey, I owe you, you owe us kind of thing, like a layaway program for other countries.
No, so this is
that's
how
our tax dollars. Wait.
So this is how it works. We give the people money, so that they don't actually get the money.
I just pay them.
We give them the money so that they can buy weapons off of us. We sell them our old updated weapons so that we can make new weapons. That's how the war machine works.
Okay. Wait. So we are not only... Okay, wait. So where the fuck is all the money going that they're profiting from, and we still don't fucking have... Excuse me. We don't have any.
Yeah. That's part of that's the problem, because you get put in a quagmire where we're obviously empathetic to the Ukrainian people. I think that's a given. I think everybody would admit that. I think everybody, wants to see this war end, wants to see the fighting end. But they come up with these situations where it's taboo to even talk about it. It's taboo to even question our own money. If you even question anything out of there, you are holding water for Putin. The fact is, two evils can exist.
APE and AMC, GME, Mara, Riot, they all just went for a ride. Palantir's moving.
Junk Savvy, I think that's a great point. I think that's, and I think we just seen like a little bit of an awakening, when everything that's real comes, just kind of hits you, and it happens different times for everybody. You see things, when something just clicks of, wait a minute, this is what's going on. And, it's, and the Russian people, that's the thing. But I think this is far beyond a humanitarian effort. To me, humanitarian efforts are trying to end violence. trying to come up with peaceful solutions. Not just saying, well, Putin's such a madman, there's nothing we could do. He's insane. And I'm not saying he's not insane.
He has a
But
means to an end.
if he wanted the world to burn, it would be burning right now. Okay, there's nothing that's going to change. Obviously, there is an inner fight there that needs to be settled. It's not up to me to settle it. Do I know the solution? No, I don't. But I know a guy begging our country for billions of dollars every week while the media cheers and tells us how Ukraine's kicking so much ass, this and that. They're so bad. These guys are bad. Well, then why do they keep needing money from us? And you know, it's a bigger picture of how everything works. How everything works. Ace Lee, you go start a business today. If it starts to fail, are we going to come in and bail you out? Are you going to have the ability to say to the government, listen, people aren't buying my product. You need to give me money. Okay, enough. Okay, and I'm not saying that anything that's happening to Ukraine is deserved or anything like that. But it's your fight. It's your fight, Zelensky. Fight it. Okay? Stop portraying yourself as a leader because you're not. You're a beggar. You're a beggar and you got the world fooled. And check us out on Rumble, guys. Sorry. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because a year from now, when it comes out how corrupt stuff is over there, we'll sweep it right under the rug. We'll give amnesty to all the people that changed their profile pictures. They didn't know. They didn't know. They thought they were supporting the good fight. Okay. We'll see. But I think the days of people, and you know, that's what I love about Elon. Love him or hate him, he's opening up the free speech conversation. He's opening up the floodgates. And we're far enough where we know what's happened. And we know what they've done to us. And people are fighting back. And people are fighting back. And you see every celebrity running scared. You see them running scared because they don't want to be held accountable. They all cheered when Alex Jones has to pay $1 billion. All the celebrities cheered. But now when they come back for them and they say, well, what about when you said it was 100% safe and effective? What about when you told people that they wanted to kill your grandma if they didn't get it? What about when you spread that disinformation? Maybe we need to hold you liable. Maybe the $1 billion lawsuits come down on you, Wolf Blitzer. You know? Maybe things like that.
I have no idea what the hell you're...
It's real, dog. It's real. Listen, I don't get on a soapbox like I'm better than anybody, because I'm not. I'm just a dude. But I could point out the atrocities. Okay? And people just need to wake up.
I'm woke. I've been awake.
Birdie Hunter, I love you, brother. Me and you been having these conversations for a year and a half, and it's like me and you got together and you had a glass ball and just predicted all this. Oh, everybody did, Hills. Everybody did. Everybody did without even, and I am not hating on you by any means, Hills Bills. I'm not hating on you. I will never hate on anybody that gets misled. Will I say that I think you were misled? Yes. Do I think that it's not because you're an awesome person and you care about those people? Absolutely. Absolutely, that's why. And I think we all felt that way. But I think we have to look now 8-9 months later and say, is what they're saying really going on? So it's just funny. It's funny that Kyrie Irving gets canceled for sharing a movie, but yet it's okay for Nazis to be out in the open getting U.S. funding. So, and now I'm not saying that the whole Ukrainian government or anything like that, but no, I think that you just accept the narrative a little bit too much, Hills, and think that anybody that pushes back on it's a conspiracy theorist. But again, that's your right, and that's fine. And yeah, I don't think that anyone knows everything that's going on, but I think that everyone that said, no, I'm not you weren't misled. Okay. 100% safe and effective. That's all I'll say. Stops the spread. Stops the spread. You 100% won't. It ends right at you. Oh, wait, except for the fact of we didn't do any research. Not any. Not any. Not any. Not any. That's a crime against humanity, is what that is. But again, that's the attitude of, well, we didn't know what we were doing. You know, we didn't know that if we silenced doctors on Twitter that were speaking out, that was bad. Was that bad? Should we not have done that? Do you mean that the guy that stole some computer science back in the 70s doesn't know more about human medicine than doctors? Well, I gotta just go ahead and claim ignorance on that, because I always thought Bill Gates was just, you know, the father of vaccines.
Michael, that's
No, it's not a new fight. It's not a new fight, Hills, at all. At all. Nobody cared about the Russians that were getting bombed. You know, it's not a new fight. And again, where were we for 8 years? Nobody cared about it for 8 years. And, you know, I know you talk a lot about that we live in a racist society. And like I told you, I didn't see you flying an Afghanistan flag. I didn't see you flying an Iraqi flag. I didn't see you with any Syrian profile pictures. Just saying. You know, we pick and choose. We pick and choose where we have human emotion.
I don't.
Oh, and it's not about not opposing it, Mr. Burry. It's 100%. I'm against all of it. I would love to see that end. But when you see it from our side, there's giving billions of dollars to perpetuate war isn't the answer. It's not the answer. It's not trying to come to some kind of conclusion. And trust me, my heart breaks for anyone that's suffering. I know the millions of people that are displaced, the millions of people that are being used as pawns in this battle, and it's tragic. Trust me. You know, and I've said this from the beginning, Mr. Burry. If this money was going to the people and helping these people to either relocate and do new stuff, I am all for it. I am all for it. But just to keep the war machine keep churning and keep money funneling, that's the problem. That's the big problem. Because everybody has good intentions and they play off our emotions. And Hills, I was not trying to attack you. You know, I think you're a wonderful person. And I just think that's how they mislead us. Is they play on our emotions. They know that we have empathy. They know that people have empathy for each other. They know that nobody wants to see their fellow brothers and sisters suffering. You know what I mean? So it's easy to form a narrative where we choose sides based on emotions. That's all.
I'm just still trying to figure out where
Tesla's going?
No. No, I mean, you want to have the talk. Like, where the hell's my tax dollars going? Like, I'm kind of irritated that I didn't know this, and I was, I guess, ignorant to the fact that I didn't know this. But why the hell would I be paying for what I assume to be infrastructure of my own country? Why do we have, not that like we're playing, it seems like we're trying to be everyone's daddy instead of giving help when it's necessary, but you cannot go and financially put yourself in a bad spot as a country and still be able to help anybody. Like, we can't even help ourselves right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, we can't even have a fair election. We can't have a unbiased political party. We can't have people doing research on things that they spread through the country, that we can't go and have $1 million or $1 billion Powerball winner even. Like, They're ping pong balls. Like the machine, what technical difficulties do you need? An air compressor?
Enzo's having an awakening. No, I agree with you, but I think that's why this is why it's being noticed more now, is because when the economy's good, when people are good, I think everybody's for helping out. For not policing the world, but for helping anybody. There shouldn't be poverty.
There's a U.S. military base.
It's only like 130 of them or something, man. That's not too many.
Oh, and we're gonna just look by the Australian thing. We're just gonna look by the fact that we can go and spy on quite literally the entire eastern sea or the entire southern hemisphere.
Well, again, it's not
No.
But it's not a black and white issue. It's not a black and white issue.
It's called loitering. You're loitering.
It is, but see, this is where it gets convoluted, is because then it becomes the people carrying it out are the enemy. Like, I don't, it's the higher powers. And when you see the global connections of businesses, of the way things work, of how many things are intertwined in everything, it's not just there's one bad guy and there's one good guy. There's a whole shit ton of bad guys, and there's good guys out there that are fighting the good fight every day. No doubt about it. There's people.
When you get money involved,
yeah,
it's always a bad.
Well,
thing.
when you get unfathomable, you get dollar amounts that people can't comprehend. You start throwing around trillions of dollars and billions of dollars. People lose complete comprehension of what it even means. And, there should be discussions, but it's what makes me mad is we can blindly send money to any country for foreign aid. But if a bill is presented that would help the people, if someone came up with a bill tomorrow that's like, here, $5 billion, we got a plan. It may, it's going to take some work, but we're going to cure homelessness. We're going to take this $5 billion. This is what we're going to do. We might need more over time, but we're going to enact this. The world would go nuts. America would go nuts. It would be in gridlock for years. It would never get touched. The stuff that benefits the American people, neither side want. They want what their donors tell them that they want. They want what the people above them tell them they want, and that's how they vote. And sorry, guys, I don't want to give you guys a spoiler alert, but whoever wins this election, it's going to be more of the same.
Well, what I don't understand is you're able to push a product. Let's say I wanted to come out with balloon animals, right? And I wanted to push that to every person had to have a balloon animal. What was the benefit of pushing a product out to somebody, pushing it on them even, and then giving away $50+ trillion? I don't understand why anybody in the right mind wouldn't have gone and said, oh, we'll just take 25, we'll balance out the economy for our country and fix our businesses and the people that are starving here, rather than go, you could go and give the same amount of money that they're making from any type of that's a lot of money that they're making in the military and stuff like that. I understand, but my question is if they're just giving money away like that, why not just go direct instead of having to give people balloon animals?
Get it all out, brother. Get it all out.
No, I'm lost. Like, I can't figure it out.
Well, Michael just made a great point. Michael just made a very great point. The U.S. will make more than it spent rebuilding once the EU funds are liberated for the Marshall Plan 2.0. So look at it as an investment. Yeah, and it's already happened, Michael. If you look at
brilliant.
if you look at some of the land that was bought up in Ukraine prior to this and who owns some of it, I think you'd be very surprised. And see that's why I get so mad, Michael, because I feel like those people are being betrayed. It's not just that I think Russia is the enemy of Ukraine, which I absolutely do, but I feel like the Ukrainian people have been betrayed by their own government, and not just this government.
Where's
The
my
six
tax
puppet
money, G?
regimes that have been in there before too. That's the
Nah.
problem. The problem is the Western forces in NATO, quote unquote, spreading democracy to Ukraine. And if you
I
can't put
do
all the
not.
pictures together, is it just a coincidence that they tried to impeach a guy over Ukraine? Is it just a coincidence that we had a vice president that basically withheld $1 billion in funds on video over their heads? Is that all just a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that before this, they were ranked the number 2 most corrupt country in the world? And you'll never guess, right behind Russia. Russia was ranked number 1. So it's like, it needs to be accepted that you could have two forces of evil acting against each other. Thank you, Junk Savvy. Appreciate that. And I was surprised, Junk Savvy, to see how many countries already approved it, because they didn't really make headlines. It made headlines when Saudi Arabia approved it, and then I didn't really hear anything about it. I mean, I think the U.S. is still going to be the end-all, be-all on the issue of getting it approved, but I think it could be a good start. But appreciate you keeping a tab on that.
Okay. I don't see any benefit. By the way, I took this morning on those NVIDIAs. We just got a slight 200. Like, so I think it was 187, something like that total.
Noise.
187%.
All right, guys. 11:58. Election day. Sorry about those rants. But
No, I'm not. Where's my money?
well, man,
I mean, honestly,
if that blows your mind, I think we're gonna take this party into Discord in a minute, and we can talk about more things in there. No, it is. It's a very slippery slope because
I'm just confused entirely on politics as it is. But if I'm gonna get I don't know what socially this is worth, but right this second, I'm watching the way that I look at it. Now, idiot's done it to himself, but people are just railing Elon Musk right now.
Yeah.
They were sucking him off 2-3 months ago. Like, somebody would have given their right testicle to go and touch Elon last week. But now, all of a sudden, he goes and says some ignorant things about check marks on Twitter and all kinds of stuff. And then, but it just doesn't seem like it seems like somebody's going and saying, hey, look at this guy's being a jerk. And it looks like there's just a bunch of, when the market needs to do something that is going to hurt people, when it's like, oh, we know that half of the market right now is leveraged into SPY puts, let's run the market up $13 unnecessarily.
Yeah.
If
it's a rigged game.
If you're those big companies, do you not have? I understand money is. You always want more money, but at some point, isn't it? Aren't your bills paid? And aren't it like? What do you have the ability to spend $1 billion a day on? You know what I mean? Unless you're some industrialist or something that's having a huge business, what do you actually need?
You obviously didn't go to the defense contractors thing hosted by Mr. Zelensky
I
down in
don't go to that
Texas,
quinceanera.
because that's where the money can go. Real quick. How much you pay?
But
How much you
why?
pay
Like,
for a
why?
fight?
Why does it cost that much money to make something that does not cost that much money?
The same reason that you pay $120 for an aspirin, because they can.
I don't know
That's.
that I've ever spent 120. Okay.
Did you
Well,
ever did you
you know,
ever
it's
go to the
12.
hospital and then look at your bill after? You might not have, but your insurance damn sure did. And like I said, there's we being America, it does the power that we have does come with certain responsibilities. I don't think it should be policing the world, but I think yes, if there's injustices being committed against people, I am all for us going in and wiping them off the face of the earth. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
That's why we got the military. But explain to me why we have the biggest military in the history of anything, and yet there's more slaves in the world now than ever before.
I mean, I'm a slave to my own.
No, I mean actual slaves.
My own
I don't
vices.
mean metaphoric slaves. I mean actual
Oh,
slaves.
I'm a slave to my own
Most
vices. These
people don't
pop
know
tarts will
that, and
kill
most
me.
people don't want to look at that, because most people want to look at, if you're a white person, you want to look at it like, hey, I'm not a slave owner. I never was. We wiped out slavery. I'm cool with it. If
No, we didn't.
you're a minority, you would like to think, hey, we overcame this. Maybe we're still a little oppressed from it, but we've made
We're
leaps
all
and bounds.
slaves.
Yeah,
Like, we
but
are slaves
meanwhile,
to
there's
something.
actual slaves still doing slave type stuff out there. And you know what we do? We buy their sneakers. So what's the difference?
Jesus. I don't. Who is that company?
Try to figure it out.
Oh, okay. Well, when we do, can we do we call do you call somebody or?
No, because we don't care about that kind of stuff.
Oh,
But if you close your store on Sunday to practice your religious beliefs, then we'll boycott you.
oh,
But you
Jesus,
want to use
have
child
mercy.
labor, you want to do stuff like that, as long as it makes those shoes, $10 cheaper over here, keep doing it. Keep doing it, right?
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, profit margin, babe.
yeah. So
Return on investment. By the way, Tesla is making me super excited right now. I would even love the Tesla to run while SPY drops. That would be gorgeous. You know how that could happen?
how?
If everything in the market other than Tesla starts to leave, like Google going from 1% up, Snap up to Microsoft over the 230, but getting pretty much rejected from the 231. Nvidia having some trouble here at the 148 mark. Tesla's trying to break over that day. It looks like it did. It needs to hold its open here. And if it does, we're going green. At least back. I would like to see 200 and the 200 EMA. I'd like to see us break the 200 EMA, but there's a huge sell wall. There's a huge buy wall. Something of probably 180,000 shares just filled right there. If I saw that correctly. But I'm interested to see how what they say. Now, can I ask you a question? What happens if, I mean, we'll go to the Discord, but my thought to leave you with, what happens if the Republicans that everybody thinks, I'm assuming socially, are gonna win the midterms don't?
I don't know. That kind of scares me,
That's how I
because
would
they'll.
right. That's how I drop the stock market.
That's the stuff that worries me, is that
I drop it like it's hot.
because it's again a very slippery slope, because I respect both sides. If you're a side person, I respect both sides' right to protest, to question the vote. to do all of that stuff. Now there's a way to do it, obviously, and that's what I hope remains peaceful and orderly. And it just blows my mind. It just blows my mind. And I'm sure you guys can point out 50 inaccuracies. But it blows my mind that we can get American Idol results instantaneously. We can get this. And again, that's not me saying one side is doing. It's just me saying that we've slipped one step closer to idiocracy. Like, it's just it's amazing. And maybe it was always an issue and I just didn't see it. But I don't remember when I was a kid. I don't remember elections being questioned in the sense of, it's ridiculousness. It's ridiculousness on all levels. We had one side do it for 4 years, claim that Russia stole the election. Okay, I'm not saying what happened on January 6th is right by any means. Those people that committed crimes should be held accountable. Same as the people that burned down cities for a year should be held accountable. That's what this all stems from, is January 6th.
I have no idea what happened on January 6th.
Well, if you read it on one side, they'll tell you that Pearl Harbor happened and that our democracy was within inches.
Pearl Harbor was in April.
Well, no, but they actually compared it to Pearl Harbor after it happened. And the thought is that if Viking dude, if it was the same thing, if the Viking dude would have got his hands on some secret item that we don't know about, democracy would have been stolen. Okay, so that's one. What the hell
are you talking about?
Well, that's the narrative. There was some injuries. There were some injuries. There's some people in jail. Viking man. Okay, but again, I'm all for those people that broke laws that weren't peacefully protesting, for them to be prosecuted, as in any situation. Well, you definitely, if us sending money to foreign countries upsets you, you definitely don't want to look down that rabbit hole.
Viking man?
Viking man.
What the hell is happening right now? I have no idea what's going on in this conversation. I have never been more clueless in my life.
So on January 6th, people protested the election results after Trump lost. Oh, 95% of them protested peacefully, the same way that, you're by rights allowed to do. Some of them did some bad stuff and should go to jail for it.
Are you talking about
when they eventually signed everything 3 hours later, so it was a 3-hour delay, and then was told that it was similar to Pearl Harbor. Well, last I checked on Pearl Harbor, the people that died didn't get to go back to their office later on that night and finish their job. So that right there.
Well, probably not.
Okay. Then you have the fact that the left cried election fraud for 4 years. Millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars wasted into investigations that yielded nothing. Now, am I saying that every election has been fair? No, not at all. I think both sides cheat, 100%. But the thing is, they formed this narrative, and Joe Biden perpetuated it through his speeches, that basically anybody that questions elections is a threat to America. And that is just bullshit. That is bullshit. When you can watch a 90-minute clip of the left saying that Donald Trump's not their president and he didn't win and this and that. And that is their right. Well, I don't care.
That's not how that works, though.
Reality but reality is different now, Enzo. Reality is I can go rob a bank right now as long as I say, guys, look, Enzo's robbing a bank. Doesn't matter if you're doing it or not. I can get away with it by saying that you're doing it. So, you know that old saying, every time you point a finger to...
I don't think that's how that works.
Well, it is. That saying, every time you point a finger, two more point it back at you, or two more fingers point back at you. Well, look at that. Look at when one side accuses the other side of doing something. Most times it's because they're doing it.
Did you lose a finger in a wood chip or something?
You know, that's one way of looking at it, Hills. That's one way of looking at it. You could bury your head in a chart and pretend the outside world doesn't exist and think that everything's good and Trump's the devil and he's responsible for every problem and you know, every white person's a racist, because that's the world that the media will tell you to live in.
I'm not racist.
It's not divisive if you let it. See, it's divisive only if you let it be divisive. Nothing I'm saying should divide anybody here. Did I say anybody here? Did I say that any? I'll talk about parties. I don't talk about people. It's just like I always said about Trump. You can hate Trump all you want, but that doesn't give you the right to hate anybody
My,
that supports him. You can hate Biden all you want. That doesn't give you the right to hate people that support him.
I think he's fun. I think he's a good time. That guy looks like he would be probably like a drunk white girl at the party. But I do like, as an unbiased younger generation, like, it looks like none of you have a clue what's going. Like, none of you guys have any understanding of what the hell is actually happening. Like, I'm just calling it like I see it. Like, I think politics is just people yelling at each other, making up random.
They're not even fun. At least up in Canada, like, their politics is fun. Like, I would love to be involved up there just for the showmanship. Like,
Yeah.
their stuff is interesting. Like, I get lost in what they're even talking about.
But that's the thing. There was another thing that, like, I mean, Canadians figured it out to the point where you have free health care. You are not, I mean, free, but like, you don't go to the hospital and come out with a $30,000 bill.
True.
If I'm mistaken.
True. I mean, nothing's free, but I agree.
Well, no.
I think
That.
somewhere
Like,
between our health system and Canada's health system would be something great. I think if they took the good out of both, that I don't claim to have an answer on. I don't know the healthcare system from what I've been told from people that are in the healthcare system is, unless you overhaul the whole thing, you're never going to be able to just change one arm of it. So, like, some people will say it's the insurance company's fault. Some people will say it's the pharmaceutical company's fault. Some people will say it's the actual hospital's fault. And the truth is, it's not one of their faults. It's not like, oh, just the insurance companies are these big evil companies and everybody else is. And it's not that they're all evil. It's just a system that's been set up and is so far gone that you have to revamp the whole system. And it becomes such a partisan issue where, again, the people get used like pawns. I mean, the fact that, and you can put this on Donald Trump, the fact that when we entered a pandemic and some kind of emergency action wasn't taken to guarantee every American health care is bullshit. Okay? And I'm not a socialist. I'm not for everything like that. But I think at certain times, certain decisions need to be made. Yeah, we have.
I don't understand.
Sorry, we actually built a whole new heart center here that services like 75% Canadians. And the reason, Hills, is because they don't have to go on long waiting lists, from what I'm told. I don't know if it's a quality of care thing or if it's just a money and time thing, but I know we do a lot of heart surgeries. Don't do that to him, Tiny. I've seen that Discord. She said, I think Enzo should spend a week in my Discord server I've had for 5 years now.
I'm good. No, but
I just like to see like why can't the people get together and say, okay, Canada's got a good healthcare service, not perfect. We got a good healthcare plan, but not perfect. We
just did that. We literally just did that.
And why can't they take the good from that, the good from us, and combine them?
Got to suck off somebody in the back pew, make some random deal that's going to end up benefiting their pockets.
That's rumble.com, guys. Rumble.com. Light our earnings on Thursday.
It has nothing to do with that. I'm a completely unbiased
yeah, I understand that, but when you start talking about sucking people off and stuff, that's when YouTube says, okay, you guys are gross. We don't want to monetize you. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I think people have gone and definitely said worse on this platform.
Oh, I think
The
they have too, but you know,
I just think
I
that
think we hold ourselves to a little higher standards. That's all.
that's true. No, I don't understand
Germ
the
Corp. Good
back
morning, buddy. Sorry.
the backstabbing. At some point, business is business, but you can't just be business
Yeah.
24 you
No,
have to have a
absolutely.
compassionate side of something, because like I feel like if I was to run a country, it would be exactly like this. It would be business, but I try to go and put people in um positions to win. I feel like that would be as simple as like go and grab the teachers or something out here. Like go grab 50 teachers that are in like first to seventh to 11th grade and have all different backgrounds and degrees and whatever. Go grab 50 teachers and ask them what you can do to start fixing things, because like it's just common sense. Like you got to be able to start somewhere, but like you said, you have to flip pretty much the entire thing. You can't just do a piece. Or why can't one person, or not, excuse me, not one person, but why can't anybody just try to get on one page instead of, I understand the checks and balances side of our legislation, but like I'm confused on why it has to always be one-sided.
I've been asking myself that for 20 years, brother. I've been
Like if
asking
you're gonna
myself for
just
20
randomly
years.
print off trillions of dollars, well then why isn't everything just free? Like you're not I mean, if you're not gonna hold the value to the, I mean, I don't know that Fort Knox is big enough to hold even a gold standard, even though we're on a ruby. But
Well, and I think honestly,
are there
Enzo,
enough
I
resources to
think
be able to actually have that money?
a big part of the problem, and you'll never hear economists, you'll never hear anybody who's got any kind of power or authority on it ever say this, but I think it's just too big, too quick, too fast. And people might say, well, too big, too quick. I mean, look at America. Look at how young we are. Look at where we are power
Right.
wise. Look at where our economic system is. Look at the evolutions that have taken place. And it's not always just, and sure, there's evil forces working on stuff, and there's corruption and all that stuff, but that always existed. I think we just have a system that was never set up to service 300 plus million people. That was never set up to service such a diverse group of people. That was never set up to keep, people out of poverty. And I think it just got, like everything else, like guns in America. They just got away from us. Can you ever solve gun violence with any kind of anything? No, because there's more guns than people. It doesn't matter what you do. We're too far gone on that. On to the next subject. That's the way I see it.
Well, it's gotten, well, when you go and allow it as a country,
Yeah. Oh no,
and
I'm not
like
saying it
when
wasn't
you're the
our own.
biggest component
Yeah.
of yeah, there's no, like we are a huge arms dealer essentially at this point, but we are the first one to prosecute somebody for
Yeah, I just think that
whatever.
we got our financial system on a whole got too big, too intertwined to really
But
maintain.
what's the benefit with all the money? Like, what do you do with it if you're going? Because I mean, with Michael Blurry,
Yeah, I think John
he said
Savvy
he's gonna
just
make.
just laid it out for you perfectly. Why I couldn't have said it better. Because without division, then they would solve the
There's no
problems, and without
control, right?
problems,
There's
then we don't need them.
right, but we put regular people in power, and then they make them look like assholes. If you're outside of the social, like, I feel like if you're not a normal who I don't know. Lindsey Graham's an awful person. I like if you're outside of the I guess the clique of cool kids in the political parties. Nobody's ever heard of you, or
No. That's why when Black Lives
you might
Matter
actually
first
be trying to do
happened,
something.
I wanted to see Killer Mike run for friggin' president. Killer Mike came out with some of the if you look at some of the speeches he gave early, you know, he didn't talk about victims. He talked about get off your asses and vote those people out. Oh, you didn't like the way the district attorney treated your homie? Oh, were you going to go shoot up the place over it? No. You going to burn down the courthouse? No. Vote that person out.
That's what I think it is. I think that people are lazy. I think people don't want to do the work. Wait, what? Evelyn D.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Okay. That's not good. We have Rothschilds dying? I even know that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Pack your bags. I'm out. I have a couple things that I gotta take care of. I'm gonna go hang out in the Discord. If anybody wants to go and come say hi, please do. Sabrina said, what now?
Oh, she was giving an Activision update on the buyout. I'm supposed to get some EU news on that today. And her and Junk Savvy, because they're the amazing news sleuths that they are, knew that I picked up that lottery ticket call yesterday. So I know that they were going out of their way to keep me updated, which I really appreciate.
I'm looking at my charting that I did when we were way back, when the first part of the acquisition or whatever it was by Microsoft.
Well, you made a good point yesterday, Enzo, that I didn't really consider, saying that it might be better for Activision if the deal doesn't go through, because now they've got that valuation, kind of $15 billion higher valuation, which I guess to investors would show upside, right? If you're looking at it with the deal off the table.
I mean, if you're thinking that anybody's stupid enough to give you $69 billion for one gaming company, what is the next gaming, like, let's say Halo. How much is Halo worth? How much is Madden worth? That's what I want to know. How much is Madden worth as a company to EA? How much is EA worth total?
They just had their earnings too. I'll tell you right now what they're worth.
Right.
And that you're talking a whole slew of games, and you're talking a lot of
right. But I would be pressed to see.
And they're worth wow. So you know, you make a great point there. You're looking at about a half of that, 36 billion. Like EA's worth right now.
Get out of here. EA, okay. EA Sports is king of microtransactions.
Yes, they are.
So not only are people paying COD points, stuff like that, but keep in mind, who else has a football game out right now?
2K is supposed to be coming out with one, but yeah,
right.
I agree with you. They don't have any competition.
How many
other soccer games? I mean, there are some crap soccer
FIFA.
games, but FIFA is the biggest game worldwide as far as sports.
MLB, MLB the show or whatever? No, it's not.
I think 2K makes that because they were smart. Yeah, EA bowed out where they had competition. You know what I mean?
Tiger Woods Golf.
Yep, they got out of that.
Tour now.
They got out of that. They knew where they couldn't make the money. NBA, they stopped making live because they couldn't compete with 2K. So instead of investing money, we're supposed to be having that now that they can make money.
They were trying to put that out 4 years ago. I got that. I knew that. I heard about that too. And they've said that that's like Christmas to me, dude. They're never gonna come back. It's never gonna come back. There's no way. There's no way that they're ever going to actually make that. It's going to be like a Crash Bandicoot or like it's Christmas all over again. I'm never going to get my Crash Bandicoot, dude.
So why is Google giving me misinformation? I just Googled biggest video game acquisitions, and it lists Blizzard acquired by Microsoft in January of 2020 for $68.7 billion as the biggest one. Yet it hasn't happened yet. And then the next biggest after that, just to put it in perspective, Take-Two acquired Zynga for $12.7 billion. The next are all like mobile gaming ones. Tencent acquired.
Wait a minute. What hasn't happened yet?
But Bungie, so get this, Bungie, who originally made whatchamacallit, that was only $3.6 billion. And then before that, so we didn't have money big ones, but if you remember...
you're saying, so the biggest game, Halo?
The biggest game company to be bought out. Now, they didn't get Halo with Bungie, though.
Right, but, like, you gotta think that Bungie was Halo at the time.
Yeah, Bungie...
That's all they pretty much were known for. So you're telling me $3 billion for the Halo franchise, essentially.
Yeah, and $2.5 billion for Minecraft.
Yeah, but Call of Duty is what? 16.
I mean, Blizzard has other stuff in there too, as far as Hearthstone and stuff like that. Blizzard. Well, it's Activision Blizzard. So Blizzard, if I'm correct, Blizzard is the company that makes the games, and Activision is the distributor, or vice versa, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because I would assume that they get everything. They get Blizzard's whole catalog. I would assume for that price, you better be getting World of Warcraft and everything, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I got 27% on my Tesla right now.
Birdie saying, how many calls do I buy if Kenny pushes AMC to $4 tomorrow? That's his biggest worry. Birdie gonna load the boat.
No, you should be buying puts now. Load back up for sub 4. I think we're going for that gap. But
I hope she had a great night last night, Birdie. I hope she enjoyed the birthday and is enjoying being a full-fledged adult now. With great rights come great responsibility, Birdie, and I'm sure she knows that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Blizzard had a birthday yesterday. 21.
The father of modern virtual reality just created a VR headset that kills the user if it dies in the game.
Want to play a game?
I want to play a game.
You've played virtual reality games for 5 years now, Enzo.
Hey, I'll go snipers only right now. I'll put my yeah, I would love that. That is that's the form of gladiator, or the gladiator arena.
Yeah, they just ripped that off from that late 80s, early 90s movies called Brain Scan. Pretty much the same thing. That would kind of suck, though. You know what the worst thing is? There's people that would want to play the game. Like, I've seen Squid Game. I could do it. Didn't work out too bad for that dude in Squid Game.
I mean, I would like to genuinely have... Maybe, I don't know. Like, if I didn't have a kid...
No, you don't want to play a game that when you lose, you die.
No, I think it's a it's not like it's not the, like, chasing death. It's the, having it all on the line. It's like an extreme sport, almost. Like, I feel like it's the same kind of...
Extreme sports, so you don't drop Wi-Fi in the middle of running, like, in the middle of, like, skydiving. Your Wi-Fi doesn't clog up and you die. Like, there's too much in there, man.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, if you could go and ensure that it was a skill thing, like, I would be shocked. I think you'd be shocked to see how many people would actually want to...
I think I wouldn't be shocked. I think that's the problem.
That's true. That's true. That's very true.
Alright, guys, we're going to take this party to the Discord. I got to go. Nikki's lunch break is over. I gotta go lay down the hammer as a teacher. And Enzo, I know you got a few things to do, and then you'll be in Discord. And
Yes,
then
sir.
we'll be back for Power Hour, and then we're going to keep going into the after hours till 5 for the AMC earnings call. So everybody get some lunch, do your thing. What's up, Stone? Get money?
Oh, we get stoned and get money, baby.
All right, guys. You guys have been wonderful. I hope I didn't offend anybody. You know, it's all love. When it comes to the people, I love each and every one of you guys. I love each and every citizen out there. It's just power that I hate, and if I took it out on any of you guys, I apologize. You know, I respect all your beliefs, all your opinions. Those are yours, and I would never disrespect them. And I just want to see the world a better place. I know I'm passionate about it. It's only because I care. It's not because I'm trying to throw any hate into this world. I'm trying to spread some love and just, you know, the thing and the guy. All right.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Fat Cat Productions, well, you'll get over it, I think. You're alright. I love you anyways. Alright, guys. I'll talk to you in a bit. Join us in Discord if you want. If not, we'll see you back here at
I'm
Power
going
Hour.
in there now.
Alright, Enzo's in there now. Go blow his mind with some facts. Birdie Hunter, I want to
Please
see you
don't.
in there. Birdie, I'd like to hear, I want to hear you have the discussion me and you had last week in regards to some policies after WW2. I thought it was riveting. A lot of stuff that I didn't know, in all seriousness, Birdie. That was an awesome little history lesson, and hopefully we can do it again. All right, Germ Corp. Love you, brother. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Hold on. Okay. I'm holding, Birdie. What am I holding for? Do 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 do. Do 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 boom boom doom 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 doom. Okay, Birdie Hunter, final answer. Yes, I seen that, Birdie. That made my day yesterday, and then it got even better when I seen Cal Muse up in here yesterday, Birdie. I don't know if you caught him. Stone, get money. I'll throw D-Wack up on that chart for you, brother. Or sister. And maybe a little bit of cooling off. Maybe a little bit of cooling off on D-Wack right now, but 28.67, only down 1.25% after what we seen earlier. And Stone, get money. I don't know if you heard, because I think originally it was reported that that Trump may announce his run on the 14th. That was, I think it was last night, he gave a statement saying the 15th at Mar-a-Lago. So just so if there's any confusion on that, that came out of his mouth. Just so if any of you guys are looking at that date. And it is my pleasure. Stone, get money. I don't know if you know, we got a free Discord. Feel free to join. The link's in there. A lot of us will be in there, during the little break during the day, but we also do a bunch of cool stuff. We play poker just about every night in there. All kinds of cool stuff. It's absolutely free, no catch, no nothing like that. So feel free to hang out, and I will see you guys in a little bit. If you need anything, I got to do a little homeschooling with Nikki, but I'm around. So reach out if I can help, or you guys need anything, and if not, we'll talk in a little bit. Later, guys. Yes, and be sure to go vote. I'm going to be doing that before I make it back. So thank you, Hyde. Appreciate that. And see you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. David Birch for Oregon. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, Enzo will be with us in just a moment. And we're going to go right through into AMC's earnings. Enzo been absolutely crushing it today, so I'm sure he's going to be talking about that when we get back. Ron, there was a few of those on our ballot over here in New York. I will say that. That's discouraging, Ron. That's discouraging. And I don't know what the reason is. I don't know if it's, is it just that people don't want to choose sides? People don't want to get into politics because of what comes with it. It's as greasy as I think politicians are. I do think that there's ones that get in for good intentions and things like that. And for those kind of people, it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough because, number one, you have to look at it like, are you going to be able to make the changes you want to make? Are you going to be, held down by the party? And then number two, do you want every aspect of your life put on trial? And that's kind of what it is now, It's and it's gonna only get tougher because us as I'm a 42-year-old guy. I've got I did a lot of dumb stuff as a kid, things like that. We all do. Luckily for me, every moment of my life wasn't recorded and documented when I was a kid. But that's kind of the culture now. Go back and find something that somebody did wrong a long time ago. And I think everybody probably lives in that fear because we're humans. We all say stuff we don't mean. And I mean, think about it. We all, and I would bet everybody in the chat can attest to this, whether, it's easy to admit or not. We've all done hurtful stuff. We've all done mean stuff to people that we love. You know what I mean? So imagine growing up in a world where your words to strangers, end up being held against you years later. And, not that everybody doesn't have personal accountability and all that stuff, because they do. But, I don't know. I think we need to be a little bit more empathetic of everything. And I would like to see some people come out and embrace their mistakes, and talk about them. And not every politician has to have an uncheckered past or a perfect past. We don't need to have that bar. I'd like to see some people that have made mistakes and have learned from them and have grown as individuals and let those people take the reins. David. You're an animated character, David. You and Enzo should hang out. And I have to take the blame on Enzo not being here. I have him on another one of those unwinnable missions where he's got the power of everything working against him. But I'm confident he'll figure it out.
Good.
Attaboy. Okay, Hyde. Disappointed, Hyde, that there's no Ventura on the ballot in Minnesota, Don't forget, Hyde, he is a Navy SEAL. So, I'd like to see that. Do we have any other? Is there any other interesting people on the ballots out there? We know about Dr. Oz. Do we got any other television hosts, ex-wrestlers, anything like that? I haven't been keeping a good eye on it.
I don't think so.
No? Do you got a brother or something on the West Coast, Enzo, that you never told us about?
No.
I don't know, man. You and David might have been separated at birth.
Probably.
Because if you were on the other side and I was talking to David right now, I would expect your comments to be exactly what David's are.
I can't see them.
Dun dun dun. The saga continues. Is David Birch Enzo? Will
Yeah.
Nunya log into Ben Shapiro's website again tomorrow? No, I do have to say,
Yeah.
I do have to give that a lot of credit to anybody that does that. That documents every time they're proven wrong. I used to do that, Nunya, but I ran out of paper, dog. Just kidding. Cut it out. Markets upside at the moment. Been wild. Wild afternoon. Wild since we took off. We've seen big swings. Seen all three indexes up over 1% at one point. Seen them all dip back into the red at one point. And right now we got the Dow up 0.86%. We got the S&P up 0.37%. NASDAQ hanging on to 0.12% gains. Enzo, what are you seeing, my friend?
I'm seeing the market trying to return back to VWAP and more than likely going to. I mean, if we can't break over the 381 problem we've been having over the last several weeks, I like the fact that it came back down. I think it gave it a little bit too much. The market wanted 377. I mean, you're looking at it could have taken the top there. But I just don't see any substantial, unless it was 377.71.
How do you got volume? Just overall, has it petered off throughout the day into where we're at now? I haven't been looking really across the board.
I mean, we've been. This is the volume chart right here. But it looks like we're gaining in green volume, but there's been some decent sized red. Nvidia trying to break back up.
I haven't seen them start putting out any kind of early numbers on anything. I haven't been watching real news. I've been watching, kind of business news, but I haven't seen anything one way or another to throw anything off as far as that goes. Obviously, that's going to happen tonight and into the morning and things like that. But
I still look at it as just we're still bullish on a couple of things, but I mean, I'm bearish pretty much overall.
I'm kind of mixed because, like I said, and just simply going by the numbers. So CNBC this morning gave the Republicans a 70% chance of taking both, and then kind of what they thought would happen. And like I said, their predictions are some upside short term, with the bigger worries being coming into next year when we deal with the debt ceiling and things like that. Not saying that it's going to run up from now until then by any means, but maybe an initial pump just because it's change. Just because it's change, not to say that the Republicans are going to enact something that is going to send the stock market to the moon, but just the way that it's been year to date, I could see a rally just on the hopes of change. Because I think when you get to the top levels of the institutions and the people behind them that really move markets, I don't think those guys really have a R or a D next to their name when it comes down to it. They see one thing and it's cha-ching, so they're going to follow the money. There may be some offshoots like DWAC, I think is something to keep an eye on depending on how things go. Obviously, energy, I think there'll be a little bit of fear if the Dems were to retain because of kind of the attack on energy. But the attack on fossil fuels, I think we would look more at the renewable sector if that was to happen. So it's just about having a plan. I don't think it's gloom and doom for either which way. Just got to plan accordingly, and You know, it's again, I don't think we're gonna see any kind of nuclear meltdown if one thing or another happens. I hope not. Birdie Hunter, your NCMI on a bit of a dip here, but you still gotta love the action on this. 54.37 cents, up over 25% on the day. Perfect talking point going right into the earnings. I would assume Adam Aaron's gonna mention this. So we got that. We got HYMC updates, as well as the Zoom update. And we might even get some AMC news too. Some actual movie news, things like that. So maybe they got something cool in store for the holiday season. You know, that is does get into a little bit busier time of year for movies. Christmas time. I think Christmas Day used to be anyways the biggest movie day of the year. So all right, let me make sure I got this earnings call set up for later.
Oh, David Birch from Oregon. Yeah, no, that guy and I are connected by the. I mean, we're definitely docking.
Oh, now you're seeing it. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I know me some David Birch. I usually just call him Daddy.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. No, that man's an absolute snack. What you been doing in my waters?
Birdie put him in the corner.
Birdie?
Caesar released. Caesar said, out on bail, fresh out of jail, California screaming. Or Oregon screaming.
Gang, gang. Pull up. On 4M.
Why does it seem like every earnings call for AMC and GameStop, I need to sign up for something new and stupid to get into watch it?
Don't question it.
I've registered like 50 times, and every earnings call I got to go through the same process with like a different middleman.
I don't know, but you should go like and subscribe to that video on Twitter.
I don't think you can subscribe, can you? I think I already am
Hey,
subscribed.
dude, you're gonna get your $20 check mark someday. You get that check mark, baby. I'll make it clap to Daddy Elon for that check mark. Otherwise, if he wants to keep it.
$8, man, that's too steep for my blood.
No, not $8. Snack pack to smile back. Look.
That's a no for me,
Look.
dog.
Hey, Randy Savage. You went and signed a samurai sword for me back in the day?
I mean, you're not gonna not get Randy Jackson's autograph.
I mean,
that's all it is, Tennis. You know what's up. You know what's up.
You could have thought of a lot of places better to put it.
Well, thank you for registering again for the third time.
We have our hands full with one, Enzo.
All right, 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 3 seconds.
I honestly wish that anybody else would have said that to me. But I appreciate that, Miss Robin, for the. I just wish it wouldn't have been her, so I could have just gone wherever I wanted to with that. But I'm sorry, I am a little more to deal with. You got good practice with Nunya though. You had to fix him, So it's just now I'm your class project. Katie said it the same way. I think between you and Katie, we'll be fine. David Birch is a national landmark, though. Just to be very clear.
Yeah. John Leo, what's up, John Leo? Good to see you. All right. 46 minutes till the casino closes. Enzo, you making outside of end of the day things? Are you making any plays into tomorrow morning? What are you looking at? What are you feeling?
You want me to,
Just in general. Are you playing anything off this? And then don't forget, guys, we also got CPI on Thursday. So, with that being said, are you looking? Are you looking far enough out where you can kind of hedge both situations? You can hedge the election stuff and CPI stuff into kind of one bet. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, so I'm kind of going in a couple different directions with a lot of different plays, but right now, you're definitely looking Tesla to the downside. I don't know that it's right this moment, and I would like it to bounce. I think that Tesla's going to probably react after hours, and I'm hoping it does not go and come to the downside through that 186. If it does, it'll be 180 by the end of by the morning. But I'm looking for areas like AMC where I've been saying there is a 395 possibility. Now, and hear me out, I don't think it'll be long. I think it'll be one of those flash crash type of like, oh my God, everybody just sold kind of thing. And then they'll rip it back and we will begin the process back north. But I'm assuming that there is probably going to be something that happens in negative connotation to AMC going into the earnings call. Or first thing off the earnings call in the morning, you'll see it have really bad sentiment, or Aaron won't say the right thing, or he'll blatantly say the wrong thing, and you'll see it down there or something like that. But I see that happening very, very quickly, and then immediately getting told you're stupid.
Okay.
But hey, wait, we actually had, they could go and say they lowered debt. They could go say a lot of different things that could go and make me bullish on the company again. However, it's got to be a lot.
Well, and we suspect the numbers themselves aren't going to be good. If you listen
Why
to
not?
Adam Aaron, well, because he said they weren't going to be good back at the last earnings call. As far as
He said a lot of things.
yeah, but as far as the actual numbers, and don't get me wrong, Adam Aaron's great at spinning things. Not saying that he's lying, but
You're calling this man a liar.
a lot of good stuff. I think, again, this is kind of a moot point because we know that logically we can call exactly what could happen. I could tell you if I was to guess the earnings right now and even give you a reported speech of what Adam Aaron is exactly going to say, we still wouldn't have a clue how the market's going to react to it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So with the ability to go and have a midterm on Thursday, my thought is we either shit the bed on, we have some extremely bad earnings. Like, the earnings call should probably go very south. If you think that, hey, we are going to have bad earnings, I could definitely see us at 395. I can also go and see CPI. It would make more sense to me, and this is kind of stupid, but because it's against what I want to tell people, because I do not want anybody getting long in AMC unnecessarily and getting hurt. But my thought is if I were to go and run AMC up for one day and have a huge volatility swing, it would be when I least expected it, and it would also be when there's only $15 calls available, and I would do it at the absolute last moment and know that I have CPI to bring me down.
That's not a bad theory.
If CPI really wants to go and screw people and we decide to plummet.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I think you're onto something in the sense of the timing. The timing.
Hey Caesar, I don't want to ever see that again. Thank you. That thing, no thanks.
Did you catch me this morning? I felt bad. I told Nikki, I'm like, that's why the new hurricane's named after your mom.
Oh.
It came out. It didn't come out as elegant as it sounded in my head. I was just trying to point it out, but it came out as a rib.
No, yeah, that was what I would be crucified for by my lawyer. But no, it's probably. I mean, Katie gives it to me all the time, and Enzo thinks it's hysterical. So I'm sure there's no harm, no foul.
Yeah. And hopefully anybody... Now, that's supposed to hit the east coast of Florida? Is that... Like, it's coming from the west coast, but supposed to...
Who cares? I'm not moving. I don't care. I mean, Grimace probably cares, but I don't. However, I'm not moving back and forth across...
Well, I'm sure there's some people, if people are getting evacuated.
I believe after whatever it was, I truly believe, like, safety harbor.
That's right in the name.
Ahoy, matey. What are we doing?
Thief sign up to do some bad stuff, or some good stuff. I didn't want to call it a heist, and I couldn't think of anything else. Okay. We got Kieran on there. I did not hear about those, David. As far as time to cash out, as far as crypto or everything? Like market-wide, things like that, or anything specific? Oh, I like that. Did you write that? You incorporated your Pittsburghness and my love of the Raiders into it? And then look, wow. Not a good look, dude. I'm just kidding. Looks a little rigged. The only one that made it out was, what is that? Mia 420187? Congratulations, Mia.
Oh, we're not bot, man.
Oh, really? Really, David? Well, I've seen talks heating up, which, like I said, I was a little bit hopeful about it. They were talking about it on CNBC this morning, that there is talks as far as nuclear talks.
Look at it go. This guy is gorgeous.
So I don't know if it's, I don't know if that, I mean, maybe I'm overreacting, being an optimist and thinking that, it might lead to some peace, but if there are nuclear discussions going on, I mean, yeah, that's a positive sign. I think that maybe cooler heads can prevail, but at the same time, something going south in those talks can be the same thing. So maybe it's a preparation thing, David. Maybe it's a, I don't know. I'm just telling you what they're reporting. Obviously, there's usually only a shred of truth in that, if any, but take it for what it's worth, you know what I mean? All right, 36 minutes left. And Enzo, did I hear you correctly earlier when you said Milady and Junk Savvy have accumulated coins for every hour that we've been on?
Yep.
Very cool. Very, very cool. So thank you, ladies. Much appreciated.
Those two have been on every with give or take like a refresh every hour.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Appreciate that support, you guys.
Definitely not on.
Oh, wow. That's crazy, David. Crazy, crazy. Well, you know what the deal is, Dave. Can I call you Dave? Keep your head on a swivel. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
Prefers David.
Dave, David, Davey. Oh, Davey.
The old biscuit right here, buddy. I found.
Non-refundable. Shooting a question out to you. Where's that spy going, Enzo?
I don't care necessarily. I'm sending something. Yeah, this thing.
Microphone.
Sorry, I'm sending you something real quick. Look at this. That's huge. That's huge.
Averval. Got it.
Non-refundable says the spy going. Spy is gonna go down. Yeah. I'm unequivocal about it. I had a foot long. Hey, dude, I had a foot long one time. Spilled it on the front seat of my Jeep. Yeah, that's breathtaking, isn't it? I told you. Like, I'm telling you that's weird. It's weird of the coincidence. Oh, yeah, it'll just happen to... Come on, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way, bro. Like, this is the type of thing that I made every dollar I sit on. Off of that kind of stuff right there. I'm not kidding. Like, you can see my face. They can't. I'm dead serious.
Oh, you got your face up there? Let's make it so
I did not. No, I'm dead serious.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if we should put that out, but that is a massive discrepancy.
So how do you what do you interpret that as? Break it down.
I look at that as either the market is either going to look at that, and we'll call it quote market. People that have the ability to pull strings are either going to look at that as finish them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to look at it as, I wonder if there is one way too far that we can tilt this. That would be if there's enough people, or if there's a light enough amount of people there. Well, we don't need to worry about them. Let's just let it go, because it's a hell of a lot better than when it was. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Also, those who learn, or those who don't learn from history, are doomed to repeat it. Keep that in mind.
All right. Well, can you break that down for them? I know you just told them. That's my bad. I was just trying to get it on the screen, but it's on my phone.
I'm trying to, well, you don't need to. I can go and explain it well enough. If you're on Weeble, you can go into the options chart. You can bring my technicals up if you want to, or this options chart, or the chain.
Yeah.
My Weeble.
1 second.
I'm looking at the AMC options chart. Birdie might have been onto something earlier. Something he said while I was in Discord. He probably didn't even think I was paying attention. I see what he was saying, and it got me to think about. I don't know that what he was talking about is going to work the way that I hope that play works as well, and he does come out and say, yes, we own da-da-da-da-da, whatever. That would be great. But what I'm trying to figure out right this moment is why there is... Where did it all come in at is the question.
Give me 1 second to get your chart up. I just had to adjust. Do some quick editing here.
So, I found them. I found them. 38 days away. 38 days away is where somebody has put a massive amount of volume in today to the $15 calls on AMC. There's 21,000 that have been bought today with a break even of $15.14. That being the case, you look at AMC's daily, $15.17 is right there at the red candle at the top where it's going to get rejected. It's the break even. It's literally the top of the candle at, what is that? 8. What's 8? Is that August? Yeah. August, August 17th. We also missed it on and got rejected from it August 15th. We also got rejected from it on the 8th. My theory about my trading experience with AMC is they'll only let it go when there's a padding of we can let it go further than everybody else. Right now, there is only, for the next 30 days, the call options only go out, and you can check this. You can write different strike prices, don't get me wrong, but you only have the available in retail eyes to probably 15 strike options for the next 30 days. And then all of a sudden on December 16th, you get options that go to 26 strikes. So I just looked down and I saw that there is a total of 17,000 at the time, MIA, is what that picture says, right? Mm-hmm. 75,000 in total volume towards the 15 strike. But there is 39,000 calls to 36,000 puts, and there is the total call volume on the volume distribution of these options right now is we're beating them by 2 times on the ask or above. We're beating them on the bid, and and between markets we're up by 4 times. 4.5 thousand to 1,750K. 1,750 is what the put side of things are. You have 4,520 call to the upside calls. So that's saying there's a huge amount of call money going into the calls here than there are puts. And not to mention they're at $15. So please understand, this is not financial advice. I do not want anybody touching that play. I can't go and help you, or I can't go and tell you not to, or tell you. I think that's very strange.
Okay, so let's use this for something that we can help people with then. Okay, so what you see there, and how break that down, how that makes you view price action moving forward, and how that anomaly, because I think I have people ask me, and I never really have a clear-cut answer for them of how options chains move prices, how action on that, you know what I mean?
So right this second, are my technicals up right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so right this second, I'm looking at the 38 day away strikes, or 15 strikes for AMC. This chart right here, we'll put it in the bottom right. I'm watching these orders on level 2 going through. And so this is basically a daily chart of these options. You used to be able to buy them for $230 a piece, because out in, oh, how very suspicious. In August on the 23rd, these came out. So we have another weird thing, but you can go, and a lot of people think that I'm crazy for doing this, but I've shown many people. You can run technicals on options charting. If you go and give yourself an understanding that you are going to be going down anyway into your expiration, the reason you're doing that is because you're giving away time moving forward to your expiration date. If I have a contract in my hand, let's say a $5 contract, and says I have the right but not the obligation to go and buy that acquisition for 100 shares of that company by the expiration date. Well, if I'm underneath that, let's say I have a 5 call, I'm already there. So I'm already in the money, I'm looking good. I'm not gonna see as much data to that contract. But what I'm losing isn't the intrinsic value, it's the amount of, I guess, the movement that I could make with that contract. If I have 10 strikes right now and it decides to go there tomorrow, but I have them for 35 days away, well, if I'm already there, I bought them extremely low. I'm getting the intrinsic value from going out of the money to in the money, and you're going to get paid that premium off the top. What I see right here is, if AMC gets into a point where they overload one area, they can cause a lot of pain, considering that if you had a time, this is my only thought of why I'm making the play that I'm making. If you had the ability that you knew you had to take your medicine as a market maker right now, would you rather do it where if it goes off, there's only 15 calls or 15 strike calls, because they could let it run up to 1,000 at that point, or 300 or wherever they wanted to go. They could take it to 50. But the issue here is they would have to wait a whole day to get those options away, or to write new, or to make the new ones available. And these aren't small orders that people are picking up at $13, 38 days away. That just like that's.
What about what Birdie's saying here? As far as the AMC one, I don't think that this is. I think these are all just AMC options, right? The AMC one, where if you held
AMC ones
if you wrote a contract before APE came out, right?
Right. The AMC ones were the contracts that are technically non-standards at this point, but yeah, if you won't see these being traded because you can't buy them anymore. So you can go and see that a lot of people were taking profit here. But yeah, these are still people that hold these.
Yeah, I'm looking at the AMC ones now.
Oh, you know what I didn't do? I should have looked at the time and sale of that.
But yeah, Birdie, all the ones that he's talking about are just AMC. Let me see if they'll let me.
Someone is picking up a massive.
And there's only a few dates on them, Birdie, so you can buy. Well, let me see if you can buy. It looks like you can. But there's only December 16th ones.
You can.
I'm not going to test it and push it through to see if it actually does buy them, but it gives me the option to buy them.
Probably won't. Shouldn't. Here's my thought. I'm looking right here at the time and sales of this contract. And people sold at 25. People were buying at 27. And then they sold a bunch of.
So, Birdie, when I tried to buy it, I get this message. Non-standard options are available to be opened by a broker. Please contact our trading desk at blah, 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 to open a position in a non-standard option. So, I guess you probably could buy them. I'm not calling Weeble to buy a stock.
You can. You should not be able to purchase those.
Yeah, I don't know if you can or you can't if you call them, but I know you can't buy it just on the platform. Okay, buys them through Schwab. I don't use Schwab, Birdie. Is he able to buy them right on there, or does he have to do? Because I know even some standard stocks. I believe it was Schwab that people. I think it was like Metamaterials or something. Somebody said they couldn't buy on there. They had to call to pick it up. Interesting.
AMC just broke over 150. Yep. Look, there's 1,000 more of those being bought right here at 13 again.
Hey, look at that. My AMC call and my AMC put are both in the money. Both up $1. It's a beautiful country we live in, I tell you.
Don't be surprised though if AMC
I told
ends
you.
up.
I told you my play though. It was
No, I'm talking about everybody.
play on both sides. Nothing big.
I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about like.
Well, what do you think people who are holding AMC? So I think I think we gotta talk about that a little bit, not just people that maybe are trading it or looking for a position. What would your not financial advice be for things to look for if you're holding AMC? If you're somebody that's been holding, I think there's still a lot of people that are sticking to their guns. I think there's a lot of people that have learned to make money daily other ways, so not other ways like other ways in the market, so that they don't, not that they don't care about the losses that they've accumulated there, but I think there's still a lot of people still in it for the cause and things like that. What would you say to them people? Cal Muse, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my man.
Find your exit, buddy. Hold on tight.
Well, I think after tonight, I think we can probably have a better grip on it because, like I said, I think the Zoom thing is the first thing completely fundamentally outside of the popcorn stuff. Like, you looked at the popcorn thing like, okay, this could be popular only because of the ape community, whatever. I think as far as not being gimmicky and not being just a like a buzzword kind of play, I think that Zoom thing has actual potential, and I could be completely wrong.
No, I think that if they do it right, great.
Yeah.
Right now, those just went from 13. Somebody's trying to buy for 14. Nobody's selling them for 14, and they have jumped from 13 to $15 on the order book. This is going to start moving if AMC decides to start moving. So right here, this contract, which is 38 days away, this is how you get movement. Right here. When AMC decides to start moving up, the chance of this at $15 has greatly risen because of the fact that AMC has gone and got back over its pre-market, whatever this little bot was. Now we're trying to go through the aftermarket highs of the other day. But as this is moving, you'll see this start to move, which this is just a normal order book. Same way that you see a share, but these just have 100 of something in them, and the number is irrelevant unless you're looking at anything as I don't even look at the price of options half the time. That's not my first thing that I would look at. The first things that I look at is open interest and volume. I want to know how many of something people are holding, because if I can look at the open interest, I'm able to look at the open interest and know, okay, there were that many contracts that were held by somebody at this day, going into this day. Well, if I don't see any volume on the option at all, I would assume that they probably are holding that option. But if there's 10,000 options on 5 strikes on a company, and then you go and see that they already had 5,000 options, you're going to question to yourself, did somebody just sell those? You can't go and tell if they're buys or sells unless you go look. But unless you know to go look, nobody's going to tell you. But right now, those 15s, look at that right there. I'm telling you right now, those are just getting bought up. So these 13s, whoever decides that they're going to actually sell that $14 contract is going to sell somebody short for 400 shares, basically. And he's buying them with $14. Somebody is buying 400 shares of AMC right now for $14 essentially. But that's only profitable if AMC decides that it wants to go over $15 in 30 days. Or if it wants to go, there you go, there's the 15s. We have hit a discrepancy, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody just picked up about what? I don't know why this thing is not like catching.
Cal Muse feeling good about being a Mullen head. I like it. I like it. I like it. We got a long ways to go, Cal, but I like your like the positivity.
The reason that these AMCs don't move is because you have more volatility and more time. But do you see how that $15,000 buy or sell is getting bigger and bigger? However, nothing's really happening except for bullish. Means that somebody's trying to sell that and they're going to probably buy it, sell it within a couple minutes. But right here, we're trying to break over the 353. If we don't and we get rejected, we're going to go back to about $5.55. So if you wanted to go and run this adversely and see a little bit more volatility, you could go to AMC, go to the 3-day options, and now I can go and look at this one right here. This says $45 a piece. $45 a piece for this option is the adverse side of this call. Well, what I can see just off rip is that I have a trend line right there. And that's on an option. Keep it, yeah, I said it. I'm very aware of what I just said. But that's a wick I don't want. But right here, I wouldn't want to be in this trade any longer if this decides to break down. This will break down. Underneath, it'll probably go to 144. See how this buy area right here? There's only 10 contracts protecting a $44 price tag. That breaks to the bottom, then it's right there. Like, all you got to do is look at it. Right there, $15. Someone just made $2 for every 13 that they just spent. Right here, from the price movement that was actually no price movement at all. At all. Literally none.
You're getting fired up over there. I like it.
I mean, it's irritating. Like, there's no, it's so easy to see. There's 400 contracts at the $14 premium, 36 days away, while people are blowing their money. AMC, you good? While people are blowing their money on options that they don't have, the money that they don't have, playing a call right now that's $15. You couldn't even get a $6.50 call for $18 right now. Why would you go and put money on that weekly right now, knowing that you can get a call a little bit out in time? Yes, you have more play, but AMC doesn't make little swings. That's not how it works. Right this moment, though, I'm looking at calls to puts. Puts look like they are literally, everybody has gone, no thank you. Look at this, 12,000, 12,000. That would, in my opinion, that is 12,153 contracts that got sold when they were up this morning. That's a double, or somebody just bought like 600 contracts But you can see that like this order book is going to start moving to the downside. There's 144. There's the break on that options chart. Yes, options chart. AMC breaking the high of the day here. Go ahead. It'll probably stop it and cliffhang it. Or they let it run up and let it come right back to 558 here. But the overall market, I do not think is going to go and hold this. We made a lower high here today. We did step up and hold support, but the momentum that I'm looking at going into tomorrow is definitely going to be downside for a lot of things overall in the market, but in general, there's a couple good plays out there right now.
Okay. Hills Bills, welcome to the Mullen Club. You've expanded. I like it.
When
Kieran,
did we start
yes.
calling ourselves the Mullen
Mullen
Club?
Heads, baby. Mullen Heads. You know what the deal is?
No, I don't. I have been trying to stay as far away from that company as possible.
You're either with us or against us, homie.
I got smashed by Ride. I think that if I could tell you how much
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that the expensive loss?
yeah, it was my first real loss.
Hey, don't judge Mullen by Lordstown Motors, baby.
I'm not, but I'm saying that's why I learned very quickly. I don't like to go and play the smaller the smaller. I just get way too invested in something that is a smaller price. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I realize that
that's easy. I think that happens to a lot of us. Yeah. No, I can get that.
I usually safer when I'm 100 options or 100 lots of shares or 1,000 shares here and there, like just moving something, even in a day trading perspective. I don't do it a lot, but I mean, day trading is essentially what I do with options. But just simple technical day trading. It's really just back and forth. It's a conversation. You just got to be able to speak the language. The only way you're going to do that is by liking and subscribing.
That is the only way. Birdie Hunter holding a banana load of AMC strike $7 calls myself. Go at him, Aaron. Time to pounce. Well, I picked up a call and a put, Birdie. I play it both ways. Maybe one will pan out.
I made 25% on an $11 call for Friday. Literally from $2 to $3. Made 25%. You?
Nice. I made I think I made 3 plays today. The last one was on the upside, back to the upside with it. Bought for $26, sold for $52. Quick 100% banger.
I mean, typically.
Microphone.
No, we're good, Doc.
Okay.
Doctor? Extremely expensive. Tell me that Snap goes right now and I'll... We just watched every market go red.
If you want to exercise it, Kieran, depending on your exchange, you usually need the money in there, depending on if you're using a margin account, or some exchanges will sell it and do the difference. It all kind of depends on that. But just to sell it, you don't need anything. To exercise it, you do.
Yeah, to exercise a contract, you have to have the amount of money in your account to cover 100 times your strike price. Or if you're short, which I'm not going to go and tell anybody how to write calls or anything like that. I don't even do any of that kind of stuff. I know how to do a lot of those strategies, but to just go and exercise contracts, all you need is the money. But some brokers will let you out if you're in a day trading issue, or if you're in a You just have to go and hit their customer service and say, hey, are you able to go and let me exercise this? I don't want to go and be put in that situation of going long. By the way, 1 minute.
1 minute. Cal Muse, the top of the video guy. His name is Enzo. I like top of the video guy though.
Top of. Looking at your Cal.
Well, yeah, typically, Kieran, it would be the difference, and there's the bell.
Ding, ring, ding, ding.
Typically, you would sell it back for whatever. So, say you bought a $5 call in the stocks now, it's $6. Typically, you're going to be able to sell that even right up to expiration for that $100. If not, you can exercise for the $5, sell the stock for $6, and get the $100.
You can do it for the tree fitty too.
Tree fitty. There you go.
Yeah,
You've been formally introduced now, and so that message is for you. Top of the video guy. I'm MIA's little brother. Nice to meet you. But I'm out of here, y'all. Talk to you tomorrow, hopefully. Hey, we'll be here. We'll be here,
Yes, sir.
Cal. Good stuff, baby. Good stuff. Have a great night, buddy. And
What time's the earnings?
I hope the family's doing well, everything like that. 5 p.m. It comes on about 15 minutes early as far as we'll listen to some of that background music, things like that.
That's so question mark? Oh.
That's him.
Fido.
There you go, Hyde. There you go. Those earnings are today, right? Be careful because we see that a lot of times, Hyde. I don't want to be Debbie Downer. But a lot of times we'll see that initial jump right before the earnings. But those should be coming out. And again, Hyde, I think it's a little bit, I think it's worth, what you're doing with this. You've already taken some profits. You're in the green on it. You got a lot of options, brother.
Tell me what you don't see in this picture.
What's the picture?
This is actually building in my head, like structurally.
5 p.m., Nan. 5 p.m. What's building?
What do you not see on that picture?
Did you send me a picture? Okay.
I did on your phone. Tell me what you do not see. It's a very simple thing. There's a lot of things it could be, but like it's obvious.
I know it is. Hold on. Let me see.
You don't see AMC. When was the last time you saw any social algorithm that watches a market that does not have AMC as a green, red, blue, I don't care what it is? There's no way in the last...
Yeah, 1 hour, Nan. Well, 55 minutes.
What is that? In the last, 8 months to probably a year, I have not gone one time and not seen AMC on a social algo in some way, shape, or form. And right now, I don't see one anywhere I can find it. Like, anywhere I can. I'm trying to find it. By the way, AMC has had nothing other than a extreme amount of buying in the green side, considering its vol. Like it's not a lot of shares, but somebody just did buy 6,000. Somebody bought another 5, about 11,000 shares. 14. Oh, this was right before the bell. Okay, actually, people have been buying non-stop since about close. 2,000 shares have been sold against 14,000 in the post market. Roughly, just from what I can like do on the top of my head. What?
Kieran said he heard I'm gonna take my shirt off. I won't do that, Kieran, but we can play a earnings call drinking game. Why not?
I'll do it for the pee-pee touch. Just one.
Okay, I do it for one pee-pee touch.
Good. Naturally. So TRF. What is TRF? What is the exchange TRF?
Is this a trick question? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What is it? Or was that a rhetorical question? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'm going off cam now. I gotta go pee.
Exchange. Trade reporting facility.
Oh, TRF. TRF, yes, TRF.
Provides FINRA members.
Hide 157 on Exxon, baby, 157. Sorry, I'm excited.
You're good.
There
are currently 3 active trading report facilities. Chicago, NASDAQ, New York, or the New York Stock Exchange, and Charter it. Whatever that is.
Hey! Good catch.
The order book or the time and sales on this are telling me TRF, but it's not like they're all coming from one exchange. Wait. There's 8,000 shares. Now somebody got one. Good for that guy right there. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, buddy. Got that one share, 5.5. He likes it.
I got my pitching wedge for that, Birdie Hunter. Don't you worry. I got the pitching wedge I'll grab.
I usually run a loft.
Kenny moved to Florida. I'm banking that he put on a few pounds down there, so I need a little bit more on it. I might have to go. Hey, got about 210 yards to go. Got about an 8 iron.
Got about a Cinderella boy at Augusta. The
Disney earnings out. 235.7 million versus 230.6 million total subs.
Later.
Let's see.
Ooh. It's at $94.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a miss? 30 cents.
That was
estimate.
Expensive piece for Mr. Walt.
Wow,
yes.
30 cents estimate up against, what was that? 30 cent actual up against 45 cent.
So is that positive?
Estimate.
Was that good?
Wait.
Did they come in with good?
No.
They missed?
No. Yeah, they missed on everything, it looks like. 164.2 million subscribers versus the 106. Oh, they outperformed on that one thing.
On that one thing. You've said 7.
Q4 loss. And they're throwing way too many numbers up way too quick.
No, but I'm watching a lot of buying going in on Disney that's about to go and really hurt people. Oh, somebody just bought 1,000 Disney at 95. That's gonna get smoked.
So let's see. Quarterly earnings of 30 cents per share, which missed the analyst consensus estimate of 56 cents per share by, 46.43%. This is an 18.92% decrease over earnings of 37 cents per share from the same period last year. I will in 1 second. Let me finish this real quick. Company reported quarterly sales of $20.15 billion, which missed the consensus estimate of $21.25 billion by 5.18%, 8.72% increase over sales of $18.53 billion the same period last year. Do they really, Sabrina? Nice. So yeah, it doesn't seem great. I'm interested in these subscriber numbers for Disney Plus and whatnot, though. It looks like those may have been up. But is this another peg? You know, we talked the other day about how all the big boys got to fall before we really hit that bottom, and you know, is this another one? Is it like that meme where you got the Grim Reaper coming, you know, when like a football team's on a winning streak and they have, you know, we can have Zuckerberg up there, Tesla taking a hit. I mean, everything.
Marky Zuck, he's my favorite.
Yeah.
That guy sucks.
Hey, I'm gonna go let the dogs out real quick and grab a drink.
Sorry.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Tesla's got a trend though. Tesla's gold. We're gonna take that back to Valhalla. We're gonna run the 200 stop sign. Give me the gap up. That's what we should do. Go ahead and give me that gap up on Tesla, and I will be having a very good time. I'm so hungry. Today has today's been a good day, I guess. At least I'm a top instead of a bottom chart, you know? What's up, Randy? How's everything? John Leo, you're correct about that, I think. Lucid decided to go and come down quite a bit. 1275 it pegged to. They have earnings coming up on Thursday or Friday, I believe. So that's why it also goes and speaks volumes to me right now why we could very easily see Thursday be a hellacious day to the downside. Every other EV in the game right now, Neo took a 24 point, or they were up at $20. What? About a month ago, a couple months ago. Then we have Polestar and Volta and all those things being down 6-7%. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look good. What was I just? Oh yeah, trading. That was that thing. Oh, if I don't get a "your feedback is appreciated" t-shirt from Elon Musk, that's funny. That's actually jokes. Lucid, okay, so that's what, Polestar? Or what Polestar used to be. Randy's asking Lucid versus Polestar and why. That's a good question. I'm going to take the new kids on the block with this one. I would be taking Polestar, and I don't know what price it's at. I don't know that it's even going to go and be a good buy right this second. But I think in the day and age that we live in, nobody gives respect to or an homage to the people who did it first. It's either I have to come for the top spot or I'm a fangirl. So it's not just admiration for doing wanting to be like somebody anymore. That's exactly what I think Polestar is about to do with Lucid. Everything that is being done right now in the battery technology sector and in EVs in general right now, there's going to be somebody that's going to do it better. And I think Lucid has gone and done a great job of being socially the thing. And yeah, they could probably go and have a decent car. I think that you're better to go and get the ability to buy in at the ground floor of a company instead of a company that's trying to still figure itself out after taking a massive set of downside. I don't know why the top chart guy looks all fuzzy, but I look very strange. I don't know about that. What is that supposed like? I don't care if Lucid was a clan. It doesn't matter if you can't get something off of. Right. Thank you. Polestar is basically a Volvo. So Volvo also is one of the best car manufacturers, and the reason that I think they actually lose money on almost every car because they go and use a old aviation style way to do everything. Pretty much, they don't mess around with Volvos. It's a beautiful car. I don't know the Lucid group personally, but I think that group needs to be a focus, what the focus group probably, because they can't sell an EV to save their life. Come on, AMC, show her something. 162.95 is what it got to MIA on Axon. 464. Brandy, I like it. Let me give it a look. I like just before I look at this chart, I do like it. I like the thought of going Polestar first. And I have been trading this for a while. I think you'll probably go and get a return technically off of that's where Polestar is going right now. Polestar is going to go and retry the 670. AMC's starting to look good. Like Becky with the good hair. I'm getting a beer for you, Hyde, is what I might. Oh, look at that. Bye-bye, AMC. Keep going. Later, bro. Have you ever seen an order book this active after hours with absolutely no shares underneath 155 right there? 155 to 141, there is not one share. However, they can't get back to get that gap. Look at AMC go, baby. Man, that feels good, eh? It needs to go through the 590, what, 595? It's got to probably get through the 850. But there is an incredible amount of green coming on through that time and sales. There's 1,000, there's 1,000, couple hundred, another 1,000 right there. There's 3,000 different orders. Someone just dropped 20 grand on AMC within about 3 seconds. So, somebody's buying it.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hyde, congratulations, brother. This one's for you.
Yes, sir.
Good job, baby. Good job. Playing off that beaten path, Hyde. I love it. I love it. As much as I love talking AMC, GameStop, you know, the usual things, Hyde. I love those plays off the beaten path that you're in. So well done on that, and keep it up. That's a play in progress. I love it. Yeah, what I was saying about Lucid, so as stupid as it sounds, it was kind of meaningful when they did switch from Lucid Motors to Lucid Group. Now that's still in development, you know what I mean, as far as them making the batteries and things like that, but it is long term, could differentiate them, but doesn't guarantee anything. It doesn't guarantee that they'll be able to make batteries cheaper than, you know, necessarily that they're getting, but I think you do have to you got to look at big picture with them. And again,
right.
it's more of a market that I don't know. You know, it's I don't know. There's too many EVs to know at this point. You know, I think it's like Bitcoin. It's like Tesla's still gonna be here. We know the big boys are gonna get into it as far as Volkswagen, as far as Ford, as far as GM. You know, we know that those are going to be around. Everything else, I think you have to have a bit of a pause on any of them. I don't think any of them are guaranteed. Let's not, you know, just because the environment right now is to support the EV cause and all that, which is great, but let's not forget the broader picture of the automobile industry being one of the toughest ones to maintain. You know what I mean? Tesla was on the brink of bankruptcy. Ford, outside of Tesla and Ford, every other car company has gone bankrupt at some point. So it's not an easy industry. So
I have 7. I hold 7 EVs. I don't hold Mullen. AMC, you want to go over the 395 right there? Okay, we'll just go right through that then. Goodbye.
Let's go.
$6. Can I get a $6?
Let's get up over
do
that.
Do it for the tree fitty.
Just up over that 850 mark right here, where you see. Sorry that my positions are up there, guys. On those.
Not financial advice.
Not financial advice. I love it. I love it, Hyde. Especially at you know, in this climate, to free up some good hard-earned cash like that. I'd love to see it. Tano Macrame. Hopefully I said that somewhat correct. I know I said the same thing last time.
Not even close. I promise you, I'm not even looking at whatever it is. I promise you, there is no shot in hell you said that correctly. So,
welcome either way. It says somebody's name.
Unless that's the French president. No.
Tano Macron.
Macron.
I bet you it's something clever that I'm just missing. But we're in
McCrane?
overtime, guys. It's 4:24. We got 36 minutes before AMC earnings.
Tano McCrane. Bro, I'm dyslexic.
Well, it's interesting you say that non-refundable. So Elon says that eventually the goal is for all Tesla supercharging stations to be self-sustainable, to all run on solar, have backup batteries. But somebody posed a great question to him at that Barron's conference, and the guy he was ready. I forget the numbers, but the guy had the numbers of light posts throughout America, and his idea was, I guess, they have to have continue. And I don't know anything about electricity. I'll play I didn't have a dad card, but so his thoughts were, why not convert some of these, because they have to have continuous power sources anyways. Elon had a rebuttal that a lot of them have already gone solar and already gone to other things. So maybe you see that would make the most sense on a national level, as far as infrastructure change, to repurpose things like that into charging stations. But that would require people coming together to work, efficiently towards a common goal. So you could pretty much write that off the table. But there is some good plays out there, ChargePoint, things like that. The problem on the other end of that non-refundable is a lot of the money was awarded to these companies up front. We've seen that historically, especially dealing with green energy and things like that, where money gets wasted, companies don't follow through on promises, zero accountability, things like that. So I guess we got to look, and non-refundable, that's something that's going to come into play with these elections, obviously. If the left doesn't remain in control, we may see some of that EV spending scaled back, stuff like that. And whether it's a good idea or not, it may be just to prove a point. You never know how politics are going to play into it. But I think that's one thing, that maybe we want to look deeper into after the elections. Again, not to make any of this political or anything, just kind of to let the smoke settle and then see the direction. Now, I don't think even with the Republican Congress and Senate that we completely abandon any kind of green movement. But I think we slow the spending on it, and we'll just have to watch that play out. A lot of legalities behind it.
If AMC goes to 58 cents here, $5.58 here, and gets this rebound, you might get it. Give me the rebound. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, no. So macrame, like Trace.
Yeah, no, I know. We look like absolute Harvard students. I saw that as well.
Macrame, ooh la la.
That's bounced right off the 200. Can I get a, oh, yeah. Get over that candle. Get over that candle. Get big, son.
There's things in place, non-refundable, but I think when you deal with long-term policies like that, very similar to when an athlete signs a 10-year contract, and after the first year they don't like the team that they're playing on because their boy plays on a different one, so they want to go play with him, and all of a sudden it happens. So,
right.
Yes, there are some stuff in place to... It's not necessarily saying that you have to use EV. I think it's just restricting the sale of new cars that are gas powered. And I think that's only on like a state by state basis at this point. So another thing that we have to keep an eye on. Again, to go back to politics, it's another thing that we may see that agenda scaled back a little bit. Arlo Technologies, I recommend their home camera systems. I use them, not gonna lie. Q3 earnings per share Loss of 5 cents beats a loss of 13-cent estimate. Sales of 128.2 million beat the 127.38 million estimate. Well, and I think that's even on a smaller scale, Sabrina. I think that's a play similar to the Axon. You know, when there's any kind of public outrage, I guess you would say, any kind of, times when people feel not safe, that's the time to put cameras up and stuff. So could be a decent play. And we've seen wild sentiment for short-term run-ups. We've seen the Roe versus Wade. We've seen, the monkeypox. We've seen stuff that there was big. I'm not going to call them overreactions because the story hasn't been, finished yet. But there was big movement on almost what you would call a social issue, almost what you would call is something that doesn't make sense numbers-wise, but still can cause a run-up or potential sell-off.
Can you look at the volume for 5-minute candle on AMC and instead of MACD?
Yeah, hold on. Let me switch to other one real quick. It's not sized right. All right, Germ Corp. Look forward to it, buddy. Half hour, 29 minutes. Birdie, I have not seen anything, but I haven't really been looking just yet. It's almost not worth it to me, Birdie, at this point. I'll let things take place, and I did my part. I voted, and I'm happy with the folks I voted for. And I will say this: if they don't win, I'll gladly support the people that do.
I don't care either way when it comes. I did not vote. I'm one of the. I know everybody's like, "Oh, you gotta vote." No, I don't have an opinion.
No, but you also don't complain about politics either. So yeah.
Right. That's exactly where I was going with that. That's funny.
No, I get it.
I don't have the ability to like. I was never interested in it, and I just always have lived kind of like, hey, I don't want to talk to you about politics. I want to hit somebody for looking at me. So,
and I feel like it's an age thing too. Like I feel like when I was at your age, not to talk to you like you're a kid, because that's not what I mean. But when I was at your age, politics weren't as important to me.
Right. I mean, you're like 3 times my age. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, no one would ever know that I'm 68.
Yeah. That's not even close, but okay.
Carrots, I eat a lot of carrots.
Oh, those help with your eyes, not your age.
Well.
All right.
That's right, Hyde.
Food for thought.
Let's think, man. This is the time to think. The market's closed. The anticipation's building. This is the time that, dare I say, is for outside the charts talk. I'll find a good way to work that in there.
Somebody go and save me.
Well, it seems to me like we're in clear and present danger right now.
Somebody's about to be in a lot of something.
What had happened? You zigged when you should have zagged?
Nope. I'm trying to make sense of this. Can you take my stupid face off of the stream?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Oh, Senseonics Holdings. This is a damn shame that I've put that on the back burner today. Earnings per share loss of 13 cents, down from 8 cents year over or 8 cents. Was that the estimate, or was that what it was last year's same period? Okay, year over year. Okay, so that makes sense with the earnings per share if you follow Senseonics, because last year for last year for the third quarter they didn't have FDA approval on the 180 days, so they were still garnering profits from the 90-day without having to ramp up the ad campaigns and things like that. Not just ads, but the actual campaigns to get the product to people. So a lot of money spent on that, and we didn't expect profitability until possibly Q2 of next year with the new approval. So I don't think that's necessarily bad news. We did send out a warning on Senseonics going into earnings. Typically, we see after earnings a downtrend into the next quarter because of the progress to get that product out. And I'm sure you guys are sick of that. Talked about SENS for about a year. And not that I'm over it. I still follow it. But we're in the waiting period for it now. We know what's going on. As long as I get word out of the CEO that everything is on track, everything is still in place, everything's moving smooth, I think we'll be just fine. Maybe some European news out of there. We were able to get approval on the 180-day, I believe, before we got FDA approval here. And then I'll look for some news on the 360-day trials.
So I'm looking at a weekly chart of AMC. Let's even go monthly. Monthly candles. And there's a downtrend that we just broke.
On the
I'm sorry, we broke out. No. So on AMC, if you go and look at my screen, there's a downtrend. Can you see my screen real quick? Actually, hold on. I'll do it to where you actually can make sense of it. AMC on a monthly chart. I was just looking at this. If you look at the entire company of AMC and go all the way out, what I see is a breakout that ended up not substantiating itself, downside, which was a failure, it was a double top right there at $21.74 right off the rip. You then go and get rejected immediately, almost 1/3 of its value. General practice of an IPO, beautiful. That then goes and breaks to the top side April 21 in April 21. And do you see this? Oh no, I'm sorry. You're here. This is what I'm looking at. I am switching over to your if you want to put that up. But
Here, give me 1 second to put it up before you start talking. Just let me make sure it's sized right, just so people can see what you're talking about. All right, you good?
So you look at this, and the reason that I don't think it was actually we got rejected at the $8.44 mark, but we used it as support over here. Then we used the 787 as support, and quite a decent one. Then we got short sold into oblivion, and then that's where you got the bounce. You could also draw this right here off the top of these two red candles. Right here. Just like as if this was a day or a 5-minute chart, it does not matter to me. I'm just looking at patterns. As soon as that thing closes above this downtrend, obviously, it starts moving. But when it goes and closes above with the, or I'm sorry, when it closes above on the weekly, on the upside of that downtrend, it also then comes and retouches that line and uses it as support. 365 was that area that it did that. 458 is the exact price that we got rejected from. 469. And the nostalgic 420.69 can also be thrown into play there. But you can see this breakover retouch, because you have to break, or if you break a level of resistance, you have to go and retouch it to substantiate its progress. Well, when we were looking upside here, the indicator was this. So this has been here. This has been every time it wants to get here. Let's go and call this resistance. We'll call this the medium break. Once it broke over this, it was church, right? So you're looking at it as a story. If it breaks above, it either false breaks into the 2177 area,
AMC earnings are out. Birdie got them there. 5.44% reported a slimmer than expected net loss and edged out revenue expectations during the third quarter. Also said as of November 8th, it had sold 14.9 million AMC preferred equity units, raising 36.4 million in net proceeds.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. It has the ability to go through its 200 right now to the downside. It also has the ability to run down to one of these areas that I'm talking about briefly, and also never give you a buy under what it closed at today. Here's how. If this thing runs down to $4.56, it double bottoms on a monthly chart. Right now, we're holding that trend line. If it hits $4.56, it could literally do it in after hours on my other technicals that I'm looking at a 5. 5-minute chart I'm watching coming down, but look at this. When you look at my other technicals for the day, look at AMC and the wedge that it's in. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
But if this can hold here, this thing's gone. Where's the call?
It's 15 minutes.
I wouldn't believe that. Those earnings, though.
Oh.
Wouldn't it be great to go and give AMC earnings out to where the thing fell technically to a level that you wanted it to, and then, oh, actually, there was a great, like, he's going to say something either really dumb or that's going to skyrocket things. This is not going to be a small move regardless.
Well, okay, so if that's in fact true, which I would say it probably is, that he sold 14.9 million for $36.4 million. That would be what, about $250 a share, which means he would have had to sell those APE when it was at about $250.
Right, but let me ask you a question. We've all forgot that man created a money glitch. He literally sold shares of APE that don't mean anything.
Yeah. I know. I've said that since the beginning. I've said, well, if this is so brilliant, and I'm not saying that it's not, so don't take that the wrong way.
Everybody be doing it.
Yeah, I said, and some companies have to an extent. There are spin-offs and things like that, but not really in this sense. So yeah, I think
What's the market cap of APE right now?
We just looked at it earlier. This is without those other shares in there too, because those haven't been added to the float. Under $1 billion, 826.9 million.
Oh, under $1 billion. How much is APE right now?
Why is this?
APE is.
Hold on. Oh, sorry.
APE is $1.60. Well, after hours, it is $1.51. Okay, so you're telling me that $1.51, they made $1 billion this quarter. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, but it's still not. I mean, they don't have that money though. It's not like
what do
somebody.
you mean? That's equity. That's
well, it's equity, but it's not. It's not cash.
It's an evaluation of the business.
What's
Wonder
the
if
business?
homie got a loan. The share that you get for APE and AMC is a token of, or a portion of that business, correct?
If you say so. I mean, I'm not doubting that it is, but like if it say it wasn't AMC and just say it was a different stock, like how would you use that? Like how would you explain that to somebody? Like, hey, I've got these shares of AMC, then I got these APE shares, and they're like, well, what's the APE share? And you're just like, well,
Voting rights.
Voting rights is a part of it.
Distraction.
I don't know. Let's see what he has to say. I've never really understood it because I thought it was, maybe he's trying to catch the shorts, this or that.
You want to know?
It didn't happen.
You want to know a theory that I've had?
I've
had this theory that Adam Aaron has never actually been a good financer. He's a great social media.
Could be, and that's why he's the CEO and not the CFO. You know what I mean?
But my thought here is, assuming that he did, like he knew about his pants. Obviously, he wouldn't have stood up. Nobody in the history of ever has taken a this moment in their company's career. There's no way that they would have ever gone and done, or anybody would have let him do that, in my opinion. It seems like they have all gone. What's the end all be all? Because right now, this just seems like a social. When they came out with Ape, I was like, what are they distracting people from? And inevitably, it probably was just 30 days of downside, and they had the ability to make something positive happen later on in the story, whatever. But it seems like he is better at, and I'm saying this is a good thing, it seems like he is a better at getting people's attention socially and focus. Focus on this, focus on this. Maybe he was honestly just trying to keep people from focusing on the fact that, yeah, we're going to take a ride with the stock market on the way down, but we're going to give you something to, like, we're going to give you something to do while going through all of this process.
Could be, man. Could be. I never envied his job to try to, it's a unique situation because he had to appease stockholders just to keep the company afloat. Like it was, and I applaud him on that. It's not an easy thing to appease a bunch of apes,
Wonder what he had
and
to
at the
do
same
that.
time, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's part of the reason that they were in the mess that they were in. The pandemic's part of the reason. He's in a different position because I think his decisions helped get him into the situation where you take a company like GameStop. Ryan Cohen was nowhere near there, in the years leading up to their demise because of useless spending, not updating stuff, instead giving corporate bonuses, things like that. I don't know. I don't think there was any answer. I think that AMC's been in survival mode for a long time.
Right.
It's and I won't say that I think he's played everything perfect, but I think he's done a pretty damn good job. I think he's
done it perfectly to what he is being needed for.
yeah,
Whatever he has been there, because this isn't just Adam Aaron going and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna run the ape movement." This was an
yeah.
orchestrated plan,
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
for
sure.
good or bad. I'm still trying to decide. I made I made a good amount of money off of it, so I'm not concerned either way. But it seems like it has. My question always in life right now, it seems like, is what the hell would you do that for?
I don't know.
And right now, I cannot go and make up any reason in my mind.
Backs against the wall, man. Backs against the wall. You gotta do extreme stuff sometimes. And again, I don't know if there was other options. I don't know. Maybe he truly felt that the ape dividend would expose some stuff. You know what I mean? He's as powerful of a guy as he is in our heads in the grand scheme of things.
He's
Yeah,
not at all.
exactly. So, there's a very good chance that he could be fighting like hell for us and us not even realizing it. There's a good chance that he could be just an actor playing a game, too. Who the hell knows?
Has anybody ever thought that their, like, Weeble charts move? Like the candles move?
Yeah, what'll happen is price action goes up, they turn green and go upward.
No. I'm saying like a candle that is already closed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some tomfoolery like that.
Because right here, Tesla would have to make a move on this technical pattern right here. Some point, no discrepancy in my mind. It has to go somewhere between or before 1850, which would be what? Did I just have a stroke? I can't do military time all of a sudden?
You can't.
Bro, it's just adding at this point. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
It's
I got caught up. I
no,
was reading
no.
Hyde's thing.
It's no, it's what, 4 o'clock? No, 8. No, that would be 16.
1,600 hours is 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, dude. The way that I was just trying to go about solving that is actual 8.
I almost conferenced you in on Nikki's math lesson earlier. We went over stuff similar to this.
I work with numbers, bro. Like, people listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, that's a problem. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're also dyslexic though, so that's a constant fight.
Well,
And I think people would agree with that. I think people could understand that. That's not that's an intelligence thing. No, because listen, I think I think some people bullshit about that, and I know you don't because I've talked numbers with you enough and just seen. No, it's
about 4 minutes.
yeah, no, it's not a shot at you. It's a pattern.
No,
It's real. And you deal with it.
I don't think anything you say is an insult. So like you could literally tell me, hey, you smell funny. I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt about it.
Well,
No,
I appreciate that.
you suck as a business partner, that would count.
Yeah, no, you know. I mean, I think you know me well enough to know any kind of. I hate to even call it criticism because that's not what it is, but it comes from a good place.
You've definitely done that. You've definitely gone and let me know when I've like pissed you off or hey yo, don't do that, whatever it is. It's like that's what I've always needed in life, I guess, which was somebody to just be like, yo, be real with me, be honest with me, and I don't have to question is he going to screw me or does he give a shit? Excuse my French. Nobody has to go and ever question you about that, and it's cool to be able to be valued the same way as you look at someone.
I'll right back at you, man. Yeah, it totally does. It totally does, and it's
when you actually have respect though, and you have a like respect for the person, and you don't have any problems being transparent with the other person. Like I don't see how people can fail unless it's a chemistry issue or something like that. Like other than that, I can't understand why people have disagreements in.
I think you nailed it. It's the mutual respect. It's the level playing field. It's the you not looking at me like, hey, idiot, this is what I'm doing. No, like I told you flat out. Okay, I've never traded SPY options before. I've never did this. Did you make me feel like an idiot? Not at all. Not at all.
No.
Do I ever? And I try not to treat you with like this. Hey, I'm older than you, so I know what I'm talking about. No, like
I firmly believe that you know what you're talking about. So hopefully for the both of us, you do.
Yeah, but if you weren't somebody that was willing to listen, if you were just a hardhead, if you were just a know-it-all, I wouldn't even waste my time. But you're receptive to everything, and I know. Not that you're a bad person by any means, but I know you want to continue to grow. You want to become
100%.
the best Enzo you possibly could be. You want to be the best dad you can be. You want to be the best boyfriend you can be. And, if the dumb stuff that I've done in my lifetime can help you in any way, that's what we're here for.
See that? You see that? That was called keeping $1 in your pocket right there. I've given out at least 6.
Yeah, well, 2 minutes before Adam Aaron comes in. At least this is kind of, this is a nice change. We're not waiting for some guy named Jerome to come out and just crush our hopes and dreams. You could see kids' college funds swirling down the toilet as Jerome Powell speaks. We need a good animation for that next time he talks.
Right. Hear me out, though. We get Leroy Jenkins to do the next Fed.
Well, I don't like frogs, dude.
What? Excuse me?
Mm-mm.
Bro, if you saw this guy, you would be impressed. This frog is the size of a small minivan. He is the Escalade of frogs.
Well,
And he's got personality too. But
yeah,
are you going
what
to
happens
throw
to
that-
Escalades when gas prices go up? Them things go on the market, start selling
You
like
put
hotcakes.
spinners on it and ride sideways.
No, that frog's got a cholesterol problem, is what he's got. Seriously, he's probably not going to even live to full life expectancy of a frog.
Homie's out here eating at least every morning. Like, and he's going from little grass, little hop to hop, just touching something. You can hear him eating. Kind of funny to watch. I think it's like a cricket or Dio or something.
Nice, Blizzard. Got some birthday champagne ready? Beautiful. It should be starting any second now.
Bitcoin's coming back.
Yeah, that's because Adam Aaron's about to say they're selling plush dolls in the gift shop now, and they're accepting Bitcoin for them.
I mean, if they don't, I'd be upset. Like, if I don't get me... Yo, did you see what happened to Luna? Join the Lunats.
No, I seen that dude I seen that thing Sabrina posted. That was pretty comical. Ah, beautiful, Germ Corp. Beautiful. Beautiful. Parents and children celebrating out there. I love it. I love it. That just put a huge smile on my face, Germ Corp. Okay, guys, here we go.
So before I turn the call and the webcast over to Adam, let me remind everyone that some of the comments made by management during this webcast may contain forward-looking statements that are based on management's current expectations. Numerous risks, uncertainties, and other factors may cause actual results to differ materially from those that might be expressed today. Many of these risks and uncertainties are discussed in our most recent public filings, including our most recently filed 10-K and 10-Q. Several of the factors that will determine the company's future results are beyond the ability of the company to control or predict. In light of the uncertainties inherent in any forward-looking statements, listeners are cautioned to not place undue reliance on these statements. The company undertakes no obligation to revise or update any forward-looking statements, whether as a result of new information or future events. On this webcast, we may reference non-GAAP financial measures, such as adjusted EBITDA, constant currency, operating cash burn, among others. For a full reconciliation of our non-GAAP measures to GAAP results, please see our earnings release posted in the Investor Relations section of our website earlier today. After our prepared remarks, there will be a question and answer session. This afternoon's webcast is being recorded, and a replay will be available in the Investor Relations section of our website at amctheaters.com later today. With that, I'll turn the call over to Adam.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Even with the third quarter financially being flattish, we join you on this call today brimming with confidence that the recovery of AMC Entertainment is well underway. AMC welcomed more than 53 million guests to our theaters around the world in Q3 of 2022, a 33% increase compared to the third quarter of 2021. On our last quarterly webcast, we were encouraged that the July industry-wide domestic box office was down only 12% from the pre-pandemic July of 2019, but we also did predict quite correctly that there would be a dearth of big movie titles being released in August and September of this year. Even so, we also were ebullient about the movies coming out in the fourth quarter of 2022 and in calendar year 2023, and that is precisely our view again today. Despite a lackluster August and September, we're seeing that the industry-wide box office is already on a rebound, both domestically and globally, clawing and climbing its way back. In looking at the fourth quarter of 2022, it's worth noting that Warner Brothers' Black Adam, released in mid-October, had the highest domestic box office opening weekend gross of all time for any movie featuring Dwayne Johnson as a leading man. I also can confirm today that our advanced bookings at AMC and Odeon for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever are frothy and robust. We are about as certain as we can be that the so-called Black Panther 2 will be one of the biggest movies of the year, and that its ticket sales might even cause it to rise as high as the second biggest movie of 2022, behind only Top Gun: Maverick. And of course, Q4 will continue with Disney's Strange World, with James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water, and with Damien Chazelle's Babylon. Anchored by a strengthening fourth quarter of 2022, let's get a better sense of this recovery by briefly going back to the beginning. Recall that when the pandemic hit the scene in early 2020, the industry-wide domestic box office, which is the basic measurement of the size of our industry, fell by more than 4/5 for the full year of 2020, leading to the lowest box office grosses since 1981. But in comparing to 2020, the domestic box office more than doubled in 2021. Our expectation for the full year of 2022, when this year is all over, is that the domestic box office will have dramatically risen and increased yet again by not quite, but almost by 75%. And while no one's crystal ball is perfect this far in advance, based on our analysis of the movie titles currently expected to be released in 2023, we think that next year's box office should grow yet again by between 15 and 25%, and possibly by even more. Our confidence in looking ahead stems not only from a growing industry-wide box office, but also because of the demonstrated agility of the AMC board and management team to skillfully navigate our way through crisis. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have taken bold and decisive steps to ensure a recovery for AMC Entertainment by taking action after action after action to enhance our marketing appeal and our operating profitability, while at the same time brilliantly raising capital. Over the last 2.5 years, AMC took in some $2.2 billion of new equity proceeds and another $2.6 billion of debt financings. In addition, we were able to amicably negotiate almost $1.5 billion of further benefit from asset sales, government support, and concessions from both our lenders and our theater landlords. Accordingly, at the end of the third quarter, AMC had just under $900 million of liquidity. Having ample liquidity is a bedrock of strength. We will use ours both to continue to grow, but also to continue to delever. Our smart financing activities include the recently announced refinancing just a few weeks ago of our $400 million Odeon term loan in Europe, taking the debt paid off to $144 million so far this year in total. And there is also the introduction of our preferred equity units, or APEs, in August. In launching them, we said that the creation of APEs was nothing less than an all-defining moment in AMC's future, as it gave us a new currency to help AMC to grow, to delever, and to raise capital. We also said at the time to those who feared mindless dilution that we would treat our new APE preferred stock, that we would treat it as precious, and we will continue to do so. So far, we have raised only $37 million of equity proceeds from the sale of APEs into the market. We have indeed been careful. As to APE specifically, each AMC preferred equity unit was designed to have essentially similar economic and voting rights as an AMC common share. But markets are markets. They act on their own accord, and they are out of our direct day-to-day control. Even so, we continue to be convinced that over time, the availability of APEs will serve their purpose for AMC Entertainment well, to help AMC to grow, to delever, and to raise capital. Taken together, all of the actions that we've taken have allowed AMC Entertainment to successfully navigate our way through the impact of the COVID pandemic. And by contrast, we did so while several of our competitors, both big and small, were forced into bankruptcy protection or some other form of reorganization or liquidation. In 2021 and 2022, we wisely pruned our circuit by adding theaters where it made sense to do so and by aggressively shedding about 7% of our theaters. Indeed, AMC and Odeon permanently closed old or tired buildings with marginal or negative profitability that had reached the end of their productive life cycles. At the same time, though, we also have been able to grow our network by profitably adding attractive theaters, either built from scratch in appealing locations or those picked up from our competitors who may have stumbled. I should point out that with $900 million of quarter-ending liquidity, our eyes are keenly open to new such opportunity as it may arise, tempered only by my previous comment that preserving ample liquidity and delevering are also high priorities for us. We also have a number of bold ideas about how we can broaden our business, which I will talk about specifically later on this call. So that's where we are 2.5 years into our COVID-19 journey. We're not out of the woods yet. While the box office is unmistakably on the rise, it's still falling short of pre-pandemic levels. Adding to all that, inflation is rampant and interest rates are marching upwards. In summary, though, as I said at the beginning of this webcast, we are brimming with confidence. We know what we're doing, and we will manage AMC with all of our skill and determination as we strive to rise to the challenge. With that, I'm going to pass the call to Sean Goodman, our CFO. After that, I'll come back to talk about some key developments and answer your questions.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to everyone for joining us this afternoon. While the third quarter started off strong, August and September were, as we expected, relatively quiet. Nonetheless, the quarter still saw revenue growth of 27%, and that number's 32% in constant currency when compared to the third quarter of 2021. Comparing Q3 2022 to the prior year's third quarter, the growth in revenue was offset by box office concentration with a resulting increase in film exhibition costs, a reduction in government assistance, and inflationary cost pressures. The result for the quarter was a small consolidated adjusted EBITDA loss of $12.9 million compared to a $5.3 million loss a year ago. Note that our domestic adjusted EBITDA in Q3 of $1.2 million was an improvement of $31.3 million compared to the prior year, while the international business, which enjoyed meaningful government assistance in 2021, experienced an adjusted EBITDA loss of $14.1 million compared to adjusted EBITDA of $24.7 million a year ago. Now let's just step back and look at our recovery over the last 9 months. Year-to-date, consolidated adjusted EBITDA is a positive $32 million compared to an adjusted EBITDA loss of $450 million for the same period a year ago. That's approaching $500 million of adjusted EBITDA improvement so far this year. As has consistently been the case in this recovery period, Our per-guest performance metrics remain markedly better than pre-pandemic 2019. For Q3 2022, on a consolidated basis, total revenue per patron was $18.21, approximately 21% higher than Q3 of 2019. This was driven by admissions revenue per patron growth of 12%, food and beverage revenue per patron growth of 30%, and other revenue growth per patron of 48%, all compared to the third quarter of 2019. Taking a closer look in the domestic business, admissions revenue per patron increased by 15% compared to Q3 2019 to $10.90, and our international business achieved a 2% increase to $8.60. Normalizing for the strength of the US dollar compared to 2019, international admissions revenue per patron increased by 10% in constant currency. From a food and beverage perspective, we continue to enjoy exceptionally strong food and beverage revenue per patron. In our domestic markets, food and beverage spend per patron in the third quarter was $7.11. That's 33% higher than average spend in pre-pandemic Q3 2019. And in the international business, food and beverage spend per patron was $4.10. That's nearly 15% higher than Q3 of 2019 and nearly 24% higher on a constant currency basis. Finally, domestic other revenue per patron increased by 54%, and international other revenue per patron increased by 37% and 48% in constant currency. Going forward, we are focused on continuing to drive strength in these key performance metrics through one, ongoing development of our industry-leading AMC app, website, and loyalty programs. Two, enhancing the guest experience, including our innovative food and beverage offerings. Three, providing the very best possible sight and sound experiences through premium offerings such as IMAX, Dolby Cinema, and AMC Prime. And four, growing revenue through diversification initiatives, such as renting out our theaters during off-peak times, marketing and promotion initiatives. All of the above to be achieved while paying very close attention to our operating efficiency. Note that premium format attendance represented 14.9% of domestic attendance in Q3 2022 compared to 12.6% in the third quarter of 2019. And in our international markets, premium format attendance represented 9% compared to 8.4% in the third quarter of 2019. Let's talk about the balance sheet now. We ended the quarter with liquidity of $896 million. This is comprised of $685 million of cash and cash equivalents and $211 million of undrawn credit facilities. As anticipated and discussed during last quarter's earnings webcast, cash burn this quarter was adversely impacted by the relatively quiet box office in August and September, together with seasonal working capital requirements. Our working capital will naturally come under pressure when a relatively strong quarter is followed by a weaker quarter, and Q3 was no exception. Operating cash burn for the quarter, representing cash burn before debt servicing costs and before deferred rent payback, was approximately $179.2 million. Looking ahead, we expect our cash burn to improve in Q4 with a return to positive operating cash generation. Regarding capital allocation, our priorities remain unchanged. One, maintaining sufficient liquidity to manage through the recovery phase of our business. Two, strengthening our balance sheet by extending maturities, reducing debt, and reducing associated interest costs. Three, investing in our business to enhance the guest experience. And four, opportunistically pursuing value-enhancing initiatives, including those that lead to diversification of our business. During the third quarter of 2022, we strengthened our balance sheet by repaying approximately $23 million of deferred rent, reducing our deferred rent balance to approximately $196 million. Recall that back in March 2021, this balance was more than $470 million, and over the last 18 months, we've lowered our deferred rent liability by nearly $275 million. In 2022 alone, deferred rent has been reduced by approximately $120 $219 million. We expect to further reduce this deferred rent balance during Q4 by another approximately $50 million. In addition to the reduction in deferred rent, as Adam noted, we have taken further actions during the year to extend debt maturities and reduce our debt balance. The net result is an approximately $144 million reduction in the principal amount of interest-bearing debt outstanding and an extension of debt maturities through to 2026. All told, if we include the decrease in deferred rent, we've actually reduced our debt liabilities by a total of approximately $263 million so far this year. CapEx, net of landlord contributions, was $44 million in the quarter, and for 2022, we continue to expect CapEx to be in the range of $150 to $200 million. Actively managing our theater portfolio continues to be a priority. During the third quarter, we added 4 new theaters and closed 8. This brings the total number of locations closed since the pandemic began to 106, and the total new locations opened to 49, for a net reduction of 57 locations. The combined 49 new locations continue to substantially outperform 106 closed locations and also outperform our underwriting expectations. We continuously seek opportunities to strengthen the balance sheet while simultaneously weighing the liquidity needs of our ongoing recovery. And as the steps that we have taken to date show, we are ready to take action as attractive opportunities arise. And with that, I'll hand the call back over to Adam to review some exciting recent announcements and provide an update on our strategic initiatives.
Thank you, Sean. Before we head to your questions, I'd like to debunk a few myths, but also to address what I think is the single most important topic facing the movie theater industry of today, as well as several operational, environmental, and business development concepts directly on the horizon as we continue to innovate at AMC. Since the pandemic first arrived, the press has been filled with 3 concerns that conventional wisdom has repeatedly insisted would be existential threats to moviegoing in theaters: fear of infection of the coronavirus disease, the rise of streaming services, and the collapsing of exclusive theatrical windows. On the disease risk, thanks to vaccines, medicines to deal with COVID like Paxlovid, and the fact that so many people have antibody protection because they already experienced a COVID infection, dealing with COVID now has transitioned from pandemic to endemic. It's now more like the seasonal flu, which has been with us for more than a century since it was a killer pandemic in the early 1900s. People will still come down with COVID-19, but it's no longer the commerce-destroying thing that it was back in 2020 and 2021. Life is returning to normal. Risk 1 dealt with. On the streaming services risk, we have long said that the consumer's voracious appetite for content is big enough for movie theaters and streaming services to coexist harmoniously together. The results from Spider-Man: No Way Home last winter, from Top Gun: Maverick this past summer, and from the expected big grosses this weekend from Black Panther: Wakanda Forever will again remind us all that movie theaters can thrive even with the consumer having a multitude of streaming services that are choices as well. As opposed to streaming services being a threat, we think they're a potential ally for AMC Entertainment. This month, for example, we're showing our first ever Netflix movie at AMC, the sequel to Knives Out. We recently announced that we will be showing Paramount Plus's smash hit Yellowstone in our theaters. Last December, we played Amazon's Being the Ricardos, which starred our very own heroine, Nicole Kidman. And of course, MSFT And of course, Amazon also now owns MGM, whose movies appear prominently on our AMC big screens. Theaters and streamers can thrive simultaneously and can thrive together. Risk 2 dealt with. And as for the risk of collapsing windows, during the height of the pandemic, several studios experimented with going to simultaneous home and theatrical release, or found themselves forced to sell off movie titles that originally were bound for theaters, but which went elsewhere instead. Fortunately for us, studios appear to realize how much boundless money they can make by taking their films to movie theaters first. While there may be an occasional exception here or there, our industry has coalesced around an exclusive 45-day window for theatrical release. Hopefully, that will turn out to be acceptable for studios and acceptable for theaters to both do well. Risk 3 dealt with. At this point, there is only one topic that should be on the top of all minds and the tip of all tongues. It's not the coronavirus, it's not streaming, it's not Windows. It is this: movie theater operators need more movies. Because of pandemic-induced production delays, the number of big movie titles being released by the major studios is still down considerably, down 20 to 30% versus pre-pandemic norms. We eagerly await more film product to show, but I also can report to you today that we are seeing considerable progress on this front. Every few months, I have the opportunity to meet in person with the leaders of all the major studios in Hollywood. Over and over again, I am hearing from them that they are doing all in their power to pick up the pace of the number of movies that they will be releasing theatrically going forward. That's the major challenge facing the movie industry right now, above all else. And there can be optimism that more movie titles, rather than fewer movie titles, are in our future. Let's turn back to AMC initiatives. There are 7 that I'd like to address directly and update you on. 1, given the financial struggles of many other companies within our industry, our eyes are wide open to opportunity that may arise for AMC. There is nothing further to report to you today on this subject, but know for sure that we are paying close attention. 2, at our existing theaters, we're doing an enormous amount of business on our premium large format screens. So we're doing all that we can to renovate existing screens and increase the number of IMAX, Dolby Cinema, Prime, and iSense screens at our AMC and Odeon theaters. 3, we have started the multi-year installation of laser projectors broadly across thousands of auditoriums in the AMC system. They dramatically brighten and sharpen the images on our screens, thereby greatly improving the movie-going experience for our guests. Laser projection is also the biggest single green initiative that AMC has ever launched, as they decrease energy consumption and they eliminate the need to dispose of depleted halogen bulbs in landfills. 4, just yesterday, we announced a truly exciting partnership with Zoom, in our view, the world's leading video communications platform, to enter into the multi-billion-dollar meetings market for corporate and other meetings. With this new partnership, we are able to offer meeting organizers the best of both worlds: the spectacular communications technology of Zoom, combined with the comfort, size, scale, and state-of-the-art sight and sound capabilities of AMC's centrally located theaters. These new Zoom rooms at AMC are an all-new product that will be available in as many as 17 major cities across the United States starting sometime in 2023. Using a Zoom room at AMC, meeting and event organizers will be able to bring together decentralized workforces or customer bases in significant numbers of people from different markets, but together at the same time for a cohesive, both virtual and in-person meeting experience. It is not a well-known fact, but already, right now, AMC does about $20 million a year of meetings business, and that's limited to one movie theater at a time without the cross opportunity to link up through Zoom technology theaters in multiple markets simultaneously. We're optimistic about the growth in revenues that we can generate from the very substantial meetings market. Additionally, we're in the final throes of development of an AMC branded credit card. So item 5 on my list of 7, I am pleased to tell you today that we firmly expect that our new AMC branded credit card will be launched in the first quarter of 2023, if not sooner. We could not be more excited about the progress we've made in getting to this point. Full details to come when we launch. 6, much also has been written about AMC's coming entry into the multi-billion-dollar popcorn market. Our food and beverage and marketing teams have made great strides in product development, in packaging, and in our distribution plans. I fully expect that in partnership with a major national retailer, AMC Perfectly Popcorn will be on the shelves at grocery stores around the United States in the first half of 2023. Our AMC brand has credible resonance amongst consumers of popcorn, and we can't wait to see the smiles on your faces as you get to see AMC popcorn in a store near you. And lastly, update number 7. Let's briefly tell you about developments recently at Hycroft Mining. Just last week, Hycroft reported the second round of results from its drilling exploration program, the biggest such exploration program on the Hycroft mining site in northern Nevada in nearly a decade. As was the case when the first round of exploration results were announced, Hycroft uncovered more gold and more silver in them thar hills. And of vital importance, Hycroft has been finding ore deposits that are of significantly higher grade. We made the Hycroft investment recognizing the vast potential of the Hycroft asset if the company were appropriately capitalized. The results to date are extremely encouraging. I have to admit to being amused how receptive our shareholders were to our investment in Hycroft, and by contrast, how astounded Wall Street professionals were to that same announcement. Accordingly, while there's no certainty in life, nothing would give me more pleasure someday well down the road than to report to you the degree to which we can monetize our Hycroft investment, hopefully in eye-popping numbers. In closing, we at AMC very much appreciate the support that we continue to get from our passionate shareholder base. And let me say personally that it's been a particular honor for me to meet with many of our shareholders one-on-one at the movie screenings I've personally been hosting around the country, and as of next week across the globe, as my 11th such screening will be for the movie of the hour, the much anticipated Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, at the Odeon Lux Holloway Cinema in London this coming Monday night, November 14. Sean, let's now move to questions both from our shareholders and from industry analysts.
Let's start with questions from our shareholders. Thank you to them for submitting their questions. I've grouped the questions into 3 categories. So the first category, Adam, is innovations. And the first question there is, where do you see AMC expanding in the future? And what categories of innovations are in the pipeline to enhance the business?
So these items were sort of addressed in my earlier prepared remarks. Number one, within our existing theaters, the amount of business that we do in our premium large format screens is significant. Sometimes on our opening weekends, even though our premium format screens represent only 10% of our auditoriums, sometimes they're producing as much as 50% of the gross of our films across the network. So it makes sense for us to increase the number of premium format, large format screens in our system. And that we are doing. We're going to introduce more IMAX screens, more Dolby Cinema screens, more iSense screens, and more Prime screens. So that's happening. Second, in terms of innovation, again, I mentioned it in my prepared remarks, but I can't say enough how big it is that we're deploying about $250 million of resource to introduce laser projection in about half of our auditoriums. This is a technical term, but the so-called light levels inside a movie theater with laser projection as contrasted with a halogen bulb, it goes up by between 50 and 100%. It means the pictures on the screen are sharper, they're brighter, and therefore the movie watching experience is that much better. We're always going to want to create an environment in our theaters that makes a consumer want to get off their couch at home and come out to a theater. And brighter, sharper pictures, especially doing so in an environmentally friendly way, is a good way to do that. And then the third major item of innovation for AMC is what we've been doing away from our theaters. Things like the branded credit card, things like Perfectly Popcorn, things like Zoom Rooms, which is in our theaters but away from movie watching per se. These are all areas where we think AMC will shine going forward. And it's not exactly innovation, but you talked in your remarks about how we closed 100 plus marginal theaters and opened 50 new ones, and the 50 new ones make a lot more money than the 100 that we closed. I do continue to think that as the rest of the industry stumbles financially, we're going to see increased opportunity to grow our network and take advantage of our various strengths.
Next question here, Adam, is a request for an update on AMC On Demand.
AMC On Demand, which we introduced several years ago before the pandemic, has always had kind of low usage. And candidly, while it's a good little product, I think our money is better directed elsewhere. And so the money that we have been investing to grow AMC Theaters On Demand is money I think that instead we ought to be putting in placing a significant number of branded credit cards or taking popcorn to the home popcorn market. So I think that as we look to 2023, we're going to look to either phase out AMC Theaters On Demand or alternatively joint venture with another party to offer that same capability to our guests, but not necessarily to investment spend to build it up ourselves. So I mean, it takes me to the point that at a time when dollars are precious, because the recovery of the movie industry has taken a considerable time. You and I agree, Sean, that we need to be laser focused on making sure that every dollar counts. Cut every dollar of expenditure, increase every possible dollar of revenue, back the best ideas, walk away from the ideas that may be intriguing, but may be of lower grade priority.
Two questions here. Thanks, Adam. Two questions here that you did mention in your prepared remarks, but People are asking when can they expect to see AMC branded popcorn on the shelves, and what is the long-term potential of the partnership with Zoom? So maybe you want to add a little bit more color.
Sure. Sean and I have been at many a taste testing of one recipe after another for our ready-to-eat popcorn and our microwavable popcorn that's going to hit shelves in the first half of 2023. We've seen the packaging, which I think is beautiful. You're going to see it in the first half of 2023. I was supposed to caveat everything because you never know what can go wrong, but my firm expectations is on the shelves first half of the year. As for Zoom, I was in the hotel industry for a good chunk of my career. The meetings market is a multi-billion-dollar market. And for any of you who've gone to a hotel for a meeting and sat in their ballrooms or in their breakout rooms, their chairs are not comfortable. When you compare the comfort of an AMC signature recliner seat to what you might get at a hotel, we beat them. Traditionally, we've only been offered to offer meetings at a theater as a standalone entity. Now, thanks to our partnership with Zoom, we're going to be able to link up theaters in city after city so that people who want to have a nationwide meeting, instead of having to get everyone to fly on a plane and go to a convention city, can do so simultaneously at our theaters. And I saw some reaction to the press announcement yesterday at Zoom. Why would people go to a theater? Why don't they just sign in on Zoom? Because Zoom's an amazing thing. As you know, we run our whole company on Zoom for 2.5 years now. But the answer is when you've got 50 or 100 people in a city, and you've got those 50 or 100 people in a dozen different cities, it's not the same thing to have 500 or 1,000 little mini pictures on a Zoom screen where everybody is alone, either at their desks in the office or maybe at home or somewhere else, signing into Zoom one by one by one by one. This gives us the best of both worlds because people can still gather in a medium-sized group in a city and be hooked up through really sophisticated Zoom technology in another city, or in another city, in another city, in another city, because we could hook up multiple cities with no problem. And I got to tell you, this idea was the idea of the CEO of Zoom, who literally called us up and wanted to share with us his idea how Zoom could make AMC theaters a compelling entry into the meetings market. And the second we heard the idea, we were all for it, and we think the financial opportunity is big. Remember, we already do $20 million a year in meetings business, and that's without the ability to link city after city at the same time. So don't want to give a specific goal, but hopefully the revenue opportunity is large.
Thanks, Adam. So a question about our operations, especially looking into 2023 in the current environment. The question is, we're all seeing the impact of inflation on our daily lives. How's this impacting AMC?
So for those of you who are under the age of 35 on this call, you probably don't even remember what inflation is. But for those of us who are old enough to remember Jimmy Carter when he was president of the United States, we lived through inflationary periods, and they stressed the system because costs rise. And if you want to know how much they raise costs, just look at what the national inflation rate is. That tends to be the cost that everything goes up in the country. What's particular, so in terms of a starting point, when you hear inflation statistics being reported nationally, you should assume that AMC's costs are going to go up by a similar amount. Having said that, what is very unusual in AMC's case is that because the box office is on a path of recovery, the volumes that we're seeing in our theaters, the volumes of customers that we're serving, is rising dramatically. And as a result, we pick up operating efficiencies and increased operating productivity because the number of guests coming into our theaters is coming down, essentially because we're spreading our fixed costs over more people. So we're in the enviable circumstance that we've got a mitigating offset to inflation. The increasing productivity that comes from being able to spread our fixed costs over a larger customer base is offsetting a big chunk of the inflationary costs that would otherwise not be mitigated without this increasing volume of customers for productivity gains.
And in the next section here is a couple of questions about the stock. And the first one here is, please explain why you believe the stock has gone down and why management has been generally silent on this matter.
So this is the biggest question of the day, isn't it? Let me start by saying I am a major AMC shareholder. It is an enormous part of my net worth, and I venture to guess that I personally own more shares than anyone listening on this call today. So I assure you that just as you watch the share price, I watch the share price. Having said that, in terms of decline, there are a lot of factors. These aren't the only reasons why the share price has fallen. But look around at what's happened in the United States, and for that matter, the planet, over the past several months. There's a war going on in Ukraine, which is not good for global stability. It's caused a surge in energy prices. It's caused dramatic inflation, which in turn has caused the Fed to commit to raising interest rates. These are all factors that have affected the market overall. In the case of the movie theater industry, in early September, Cineworld also declared for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, which also created a certain amount of agita around the movie theater industry and our share price. It also does depend on what your time frame is, of course, because while the share price is lower than it was in, let's say, June of 2021, it's still a lot more than it was in January of 2021. But what I just said is about all you'll ever hear me say about our share price. Because you asked, so like, why is management silent on this subject? There are things called securities laws in the United States. And if you're the CEO of a public company, it is much better for you to be talking about the state of the business than the state of the share price. And I know this is frustrating to some of you who would like me to comment all the time, but prudence says that our focus and our public focus should be what we're doing to bring back the health of the business over the short, medium, and long term. And that's what we should be talking about. And so that, in fact, is what we have been talking about. We said earlier in the year that you should never interpret silence as inaction or indifference. We are aware this subject is very important to you and to all of us as significant shareholders of the company. Having said that, our focus and our public commentary is usually constrained to what's in the best interest of the business, what's the future of the business, what are the risks inherent in the business, and that's what drives our public commentary.
Thanks, Adam. And there's a follow-up here which is asking, can we reverse split the APE shares?
It's something that's legal to do, but interestingly, an action like that would require a shareholder vote, which should remind us all, since there are many shareholders on this call, this is your company. Day to day, we run it. We do our best on your behalf, but on major topics of governance, a shareholder vote is required, and that would be one, for example, that we would have to take out to the shareholders for their opinion and their consideration, and ultimately, their decision.
Great. And then a question on disclosure here. Someone is asking, will you provide information on the number of shareholders and the number of shares that have been directly registered with the transfer agent, Computershare?
So for those of you who don't know what direct registration of shares is, our transfer agent is Computershare, and most of you hold stock through brokerages. Some of you own stock that's directly registered with the company through our transfer agent. A primary benefit, I suppose, for you when you register your shares directly with the transfer agent is that transfer agents do not allow for shorting of shares, whereas most brokerage firms do. And so what we've heard from some of you is that to make sure that your shares cannot be shorted, you want to register them directly with the company and a transfer agent, which is your right as an owner of a public security. We haven't given any guidance to any of you to do that or not do that. It's entirely your call. I should point out it's a small number of people who have done it. As best I can tell, it's around 15,000 or so of our millions of shareholders who decided to directly register shares, and I think they've registered in the neighborhood of 10 million shares or APEs with our registrar. And we've decided that this is a number that is one of these numbers that we should publicly release. So when we file our 10Q for the third quarter, we're going to announce in the Q what the number of directly registered shares is.
Excellent. And then the last question that I have here, and then we can go on to questions from analysts, is do you have any comments regarding the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk?
That's quite a question. The funniest comment that I heard on Twitter in the past 2 years was, the two great meme stocks are AMC and GameStop. And then there's Musk, and the guy who runs AMC is Adam Aron, that begins with an A, and Ryan Cohen, that begins with a C, runs GameStop, and of course there's Elon Musk, and somebody strung together that AMC was Aaron, Musk, and Cohen, which is quite something to behold. But Mr. Musk is just taking control of Twitter, and I have no comment, really, one way or another, whether he will do a fabulous job owning and running Twitter or not. But what I can tell you is that the asset that he bought, meaning Twitter, this is the most incredible communications tool that I've ever seen. And if you just look back over the last, what is it now, a year and a half, that I've actively been tweeting with our shareholder base, we've been able to convey hundreds and hundreds of important messages to you all about what's going on in our company. And I've been able to read literally hundreds of thousands of inbound comments back to us. I spend about an hour a day on Twitter, mostly reading what you have to say. And I learn so much about what's on your mind. And of course, Twitter also gives us the opportunity not only to learn by listening from you, but also to share information with you and share news with you. And so I continue to be astounded by how impactful and powerful Twitter is as a communications vehicle. And I hope that Elon Musk does good things with Twitter, because it's a very valuable national asset if it's run well. With that, I guess Scott, the operator, can you see if there are any questions from our industry analysts who are on the call?
Absolutely. Thank you. If you'd like to register a question, please press the 1 followed by the 4 on your telephone. You will hear a 3-tone prompt to acknowledge your request. If your question has been answered and you would like to withdraw your registration, please press the 1 followed by the 3. If you are using a speakerphone, please lift your handset before entering your request. Once again, that's 1-4 to register for a question. One brief moment for the first question. And we have a question from the line of Jim Goss with Barrington Research. Please go ahead. Your line's open.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Hello, Jim.
How are you doing?
We're all good
so
today.
I thought
How are you doing?
Good. I thought I'd ask you about the Stubbs A-list. It's been sort of not relevant for the past couple of years as the content and everything has been under pressure, but I wonder if you might talk about whether you have a plan to revive it, make it more relevant as the amount and mix of content improves, and where it might stand right now. What is your starting point?
Sure. The A-List was, for those of you who aren't totally familiar, A-List is our subscription program, up to 3 movies a week for a fixed price of between $20 and $25 a month, basically. When we launched the program in June of 2018, it instantly took off. And it popped up to as much as 15% of our total moviegoing in the United States. And we have a similar program, by the way, in London called Limitless and in Germany at our Odeon theaters in the UK and our UCI theaters in Germany. In Europe, the Limitless program has grown considerably. And back in the height of the pandemic, when our theaters were all closed, obviously there was nobody paying us $25 a month to go see 3 movies a week because all our theaters were shut. So we put AMC A-List on pause in the United States and cranked it up last year. The good news is we're already back to between 600,000 and 700,000 A-listers, up from 0 during the pause. And again, we're seeing, depending on the title, 10 to 15% of our total moviegoing is coming from A-list members. So the A-list numbers have continued to rise from the second that we unpaused the program. If you look at A-listers as a percentage of our total moviegoers, it's kind of on par with where it was prior to the shutdown. And we intend to be very aggressive going forward to continue to attract people to the program.
Okay, the one other thing I might ask.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, Jim.
Sure. No, I was thinking with alternative content, you've had an opportunity to try a number of things for the same reason the theaters have been under pressure. I'm wondering if there are any things you've shown on your screens that you think have some promise to be more than just better than nothing else.
Yes, is the answer to your question. So we had good success with the concerts that we showed, whether they were live or taped. We had good success with WWE and UFC events. And we've experimented with some professional sporting events. For all those things, concerts, the various sporting events, we need to secure what are called rights, broadcast rights, from the leagues or the owner of the IP. And in all cases, we were encouraged by the results. And so we will be on a path to try to negotiate rights with the various IP holders so that we can grow out our alternative content going forward.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jim. Operator, am I correct, Scott, that we're done with questions for the day?
Correct, there are no further questions at this time.
Great. So to all of you who joined us today, thank you. I think I'd like to close the call with two thoughts. I said in my opening remarks that we're brimming with confidence as we look at the recovery path that AMC is on. That's the first comment. The second comment is to keep us continuing to be encouraged and brimming with confidence. Black Panther, Wakanda forever. Black Panther, Wakanda forever. Black Panther, Wakanda forever. It's going to be a big weekend in the movie theater business, and we're excited to be talking to you today just ahead of this new very big movie being released theatrically. Thank you for joining us. We'll look forward to talking to you again next quarter.
All right, so that was the AMC earnings call. nothing blockbuster, but nothing horrible. And like I said, I think it's a lot better than the 2-minute 48-second GameStop calls that we got. And does it change anything? How do you guys feel about it? I liked it. I thought it was, I think Adam Aaron's a great showman at the very least. He tells us what we want to hear. I think the Elon Musk stuff was kind of funny. But you know what? I'm just glad that we he was having chicken wings. Look at Kramer was playing the drinking game too. He's on Mad Money right now. Yeah, a little bit funny background noise there, all that good stuff. But I thought it was all overall good. I think he touched on every subject. I mean, that's one thing that you can't take away from the guy. He doesn't shy away. Exactly, Germ Corp. As I'm saying that, reading your comment, at least there was communication. I was just about to say that at least he keeps us informed. Whether a lot of it's hype and stuff. And we always do have to remember, legally, there is probably, I'm sure, a ton of stuff that he can't say. I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff that he would love to say that he knows is just gonna breed trouble. And you know what? I am so glad that this day happened today. The chance to see D-Grade in the chat. And D-Grade, I would like to talk to you more personally about it, but I would still like to give you an apology, my friend. And I definitely owe you that. I am man enough to admit when I do messed up shit and follow in the lead of others. Not that anybody in this world speaks for me or I blame anybody else. I'm responsible for my own decisions and how I handle every situation in life. So don't think for a second I'm putting that off on anybody else. But yeah, just want you to know, D-Grade, seriously, in all seriousness, I'm truly sorry for the way things went down in the past. Maybe not, I don't mean with me personally, I just mean overall. But to see you, to know, don't think that I haven't reached out to other people to make sure you were doing okay. And I did hear about the incident, I'm not going to lie, and heard that nobody had heard from you since. And I was worried, and, we were just talking about you literally just the other day. And, I don't expect you to forget the past at all. But just want you to know, I've always felt like shit for the way that things went down. And you know what? I've kept things kosher this whole time, but I don't really give a shit what those people over there think about me saying that. Wrong is wrong, right is right. So, that's all. All love, man. All love. Just really great to see you, D-Grade. Germ Corp, good night, my friend. Thank you for being here, as always. All you guys, Blizzard, glad to have a cheers with you. I'm lucky enough to be able to do that and celebrate your birthday. And like I was saying in the chat earlier, Blizzard, the very first time I talked to your dad, the way that he talked about you kids, was just everything I want to be in a dad. And just, I knew your family was super special. And, D-Grade, you spent so much time trying to break me, and today you didn't even have to do nothing, brother. That's some damn allergies, Brina. Lilacs and shit. Pollen. Yes, onions. That's what it is. I'm down with some COD. I don't got that new one, no, Karen. I don't got that new one. I'm down with some Warzone. I don't know what you guys play. Caesar only likes to play the new one. You guys don't want to play with the poor kid that's got the old game. But hit me up if you want to. I'm in. Nikki's over at his ma's. I gotta go feed the dogs, let them out and stuff. I probably need about a half hour. But yeah. And D-Gray, we're here every day, brother. We're here, you broke me plenty of times. You broke me plenty of times. You old sailor, you. Seriously, D-Grade, if you could see how big the smile is on my face, whether you never want to come back here or not, man, just to know that you're doing good and to know that you're all right. It's cool, man. Monster Hunter, huh? I played a lot of that a while back. My guy's pretty sauced up in that. I might have to re-download it, D-Grade. I don't know. Do I have to have the new one to play with you guys? Can we play the poor man's one, Caesar? Or no? If we play the poor man's one, I play. And it's only poor man's. I'm kidding, guys. I'm not too poor. Blizzard, Nikki is a huge... I don't know if Nikki's even used the new Legend yet. He jumped on and bought her. I don't even know what it was. I just seen him do. I know he jumped on this morning. Was it this morning? whatever day it came out, he jumped on just to unlock the new guy. And then I don't think he played with him yet. But I will get his take on it. He's pretty filthy, I'm not going to lie. The one that I was playing D-grade was I think it was the last one. The one on Xbox One. It was pretty badass, I'm not going to lie. It had real cool, the multiplayer was pretty cool. It was pretty dope. Yeah, it's weird, Lobo. It's a crazy dynamic that I could never explain to people even outside of this community. You know, it doesn't make sense when you just put it down on paper. When it's like, wait, you cried because you seen some guy that you never met before in person show up on a YouTube channel? Well, to me, Lobo, it's and I learned that a long time ago, that, you know, space, where we're at geographically, doesn't really mean much. Doesn't really mean much, because the love is real, the feelings are real, and yeah. I don't know nothing about nothing. Who says I got a mother? But yes, guys, it has been a long day. I'm going to go feed the dogs, let them go outside and do some grazing, all that good stuff. But if you guys want to play some COD, hit me up. Let me know. And yeah, if not, we will do this whole thing all over again tomorrow. Everybody, thank you for an amazing day. Hopefully a peaceful night. And tomorrow we will do it all over again. Everybody have a fantastic evening. Yes, Drunken Kieran is very real. Very, very real. Very real. Still not so sure about that free-range chicken hunting, Kieran, but you know what? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. I'm going to just say that you and Birdie kind of live in different parts of the Netherlands where maybe free roam chicken hunting might not be permitted. Blizzard, it is our pleasure. It is our pleasure. Thank you for continuing to celebrate with us. It is truly our honor. And like I said, I hope this is the absolute best year of your life right up until next year, because that one's going to be even better. Just keep the momentum going. Keep making us all proud, because that's what you do. All right, guys. Love yous, and I will talk to you later. Peace out.